And we're back. Please hold 1 second, okay? I'm just gonna mess with a few tiny things. So enjoy this tune. It's a little ditty we like to call. Oh, what's the name of this song again? Daydreaming by some dipshit and his StreamYard music choices. Just going to have to take a little pee break here, folks. 2 more seconds. Stay tuned. It's going to get really wild here. And we're back. Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me good? I'm sure you can because I'm a professional now. Got 10 people here. 10 people with who had their real alt plans canceled. Their the preferred choice of plans were canceled, and then the person they use as a backup canceled on them, and then that person canceled, and then they fell asleep and woke up alone and decided, hey, let's check out YouTube. And they checked out YouTube and they couldn't find anything to watch that they wanted to, and now they're here. So welcome. I appreciate you being here. I'll be your plan F for the evening. What's up, guys? Nicole has chosen tonight's little ditty. What we'll be doing right here. Where is it? Nicole, let's get her. Oh, yeah. Oh. Wash your hands. Of course, I always do. I scrub them like a doctor. Yes. Despite the fact that my wiener is the cleanest in Canada, all of Canada. I scrub that. I scrub that thing often. Soap. I use so much soap. Like, it's clean. Trust me. Right down all around the taint, my nipples, all 3 of my nipples. They're all shiny. Like, that squeaky sound they make? Squeak, squeak. Dude, don't worry about that. All right. So, Farmer's here. Hey, what's up, buddy? Cleaner than a skeet. There we go, bro. Cleaner than a skeeter's Peter. Definitely. Yes, I scrub that thing often. Scrub it hard. I scrub it hard like it owes me money. Like it's an Aladdin's lamp. And I'm waiting for a genie to pop out. Okay, so before I lose any more of you, down to 9 people. Okay, I'll focus. So we're going to read by special request from the great, awesome, Nicole, I see so many of them. So which one do I download? Nicole, do you want me to do the number 1, which is the Max Baker safekeeping stuff, or number 2, the Tobe Leazenby at the hearing held on safekeeping? What is kind of first? Maybe we should do Tobe, right? Because he's involved with the stuff beforehand. So let's try that. I think that would sound reasonable. Yep. So I click. What happens? I trust Google. I'm going to visit Google. I open Google. I put Google on a different thing. It says open with Google Docs. I guess I should, right? Open with Google Docs. Ooh, getting risky here, guys. And, ooh, whoa, this looks professional. Wow. And now I share the screen. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, 1 second. I'm actually listening to myself in my other ear, like from a different show. So I shall turn it down because this Shibby in my right ear is confusing the fuck out of me. There we go. Let me put on some quiet 369 frequencies. I like to play them. They're like a ding, and they soothe me. And play. There. That's good enough for now. Ooh, something's not right. 1 second. 1 second. Hold. Please hold. Experiencing technical difficulties. My laptop I bought in 2012. Literally, this is a Toshiba laptop from 2012, and it still works amazing. It's wild. It's a Toshiba satellite or something like that. And I bought it in 2012, and I always keep on the fans blowing on it, and I've always kind of maintained it. The Windows updates, Windows 7 stopped updating like 7 years ago, and it hasn't run. It's run better ever since they stopped updating. And I use a few programs to keep it running smooth and up to date, like all the processes and at top performance, and it runs actually really good. Windows 7, I miss Windows 7. It was so simple. And play. There we go. I have 369 tones, like the soothing frequency of 3, 6, and 9 in my right ear, and nothing in my left. So, Windows. You're dealing with the professional here, guys, despite how it sounds. And here, put it on stage. Kaboom! Look at this. OMG. The whole thing it took me like the first few shows to just kind of realize, let me get rid of that thing. So everything's backstage, and the person like me controlling just has to put stuff on stage. Like that whole, it eluded me for the first few shows. Like, and I couldn't realize what I kept getting wrong. I think I was luckily just clicking on the guy, and when I saw myself, and it kind of was like, oh, there. Like I didn't understand exactly what was happening. And how do I get this dumb welcome thing off the screen? It is somewhere. Where are you? There we are. Welcome no more. You're no longer welcome. I no longer welcome you. And I shall make this. I like this one. Me here. Full screen. OMG. Now I go back to comments. And Cleaner Than Skeeter's Peter needs to be replaced. Oh my gosh. FBD. What the hell? Dude, this is like my 12th show, and you're just getting here now. You better make up. You have some shit to make up for, bro. Just ate my gummy, and here I am. I told you I'd be here. Like number 8. Yeah, like number 8 on show number 12. You got some shit to make up for, bro. I gave you the title of furriest pickle in all of Arkansas, and then you disappear with your pickle and don't share it with the class. So get that pickle out here. Share that damn pickle with everyone. And put your regular photo back. Because, that's how you lambasted me that first time. Like I had this, see the top right corner? That was my old photo. That was the first one I used on YouTube for the longest time because I was afraid to actually, not afraid, but I mean, I don't know, I didn't have my face up. I had that one. And then finally, after like a year, I was like, oh, fuck this. I went to my bathroom, took some photos, and I took 1,000 photos, and I finally found this one which doesn't look horrible. So I put it up. No filters, no nothing. That's really my real hair, my luscious bangs, everything. And here, let me go 1 second. So FBD sees that, and what does he do? He puts his photo up, like a real photo of himself. And he goes, and he says to chat, the whole chat, like 1,000 people at Prof's chat or whatever was there. He's like, I'm like, dude, you put your real photo up. And what does he say to me? He says, if Shibby can do it, anyone can do it. So And then I politely reminded him that was his photo, his real. Wait till you see him put his real photo back. You're gonna see. I didn't know he was. I didn't know Doug Carter and was his father, and Rosie O'Donnell was his mom, because he looks just like the two of them. He's a handsome, handsome guy who smokes cigars in Arkansas. Smoked salmon cigars with Bill Clinton. He said Bill gave him some cigars and he lit them. He's like, dude, these cigars smell like smoked salmon. Why? He says, I don't know. Monica gave them to me and I'm giving them to you. Enjoy. Here's a little ditty about Jack and Diane. And let's try that again. Okay, we're back. So, did that go back on the stage or no? Oh no. Oh, I gotta change the view. Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? Now I gotta share that again. Oh, sorry guys. Here we go. Professional. Okay, no more messing around. And let's honor someone new. Here we go. Kelt is in the house. Because I'm freeballing. Yeah, Kelt's freeballing. Freeballing with Shibby. Who else came in? Charles. Welcome, brother. Hello, Charles. Derek Farmer's here. What's up, brother? I always said hi. And the Crate Fur Baby making his first appearance on my 12th live stream. And he's the 8th like. So he's got some working to do. If he wants to come back sleeping in the house, he's going to stay out in that doghouse beside my shed where Dino sleeps. Dino sleeps in my shed behind my house. He sleeps there with a guy named Bubbles and 10 cats. Alrighty then, let's do this. So, let me go some full screen. Sorry, I'll be serious now. All right, actually, 1 second. I put those tones a little too loud. They're scaring me. Ooh, shit. I want to just hear them lightly. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, so relaxing. Oh. Ooh, yeah. All right. So what is this? This is the testimony of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby. And I will definitely, if you all can remember, if there's any timestamps, you ever see a timestamp on any of my videos, please feel free to put it underneath that said video. And I will update it in the pinned comment, because I read a whole shitload of stuff. One night I read 7 hours and 55 minutes. So I think I owe you guys at least some damn stamps. Some damn timestamps. Some timestamps, damn it. You know what I'm trying to say. So, now, here, you know what I'll do? I'm going to go solo. I'm going to remove my security blanket. I usually have a highlighted comment on here because I'm afraid to be alone, but I'm going solo. I'm going to do this. I can do it. I'm like that little engine that could. I think I can. I think I can. Almighty, I think I can. All right. So, the proceedings. Okay, these are a different layout. So, okay, so they're reading us the record of state of Indiana. Oops, sorry. Full screen, full screen. And everything's looking good. I'm looking here at YouTube. I'm looking here at my other monitor. Okay. So with these ones, this is a safekeeping hearing, and I believe, what was the date again? June or July 2023? Did they say? They must write the date. Pretty sure it was June 15th, 2023. So this is when they safekeeping order, and also this was coincidentally when they put into record those same 12, I believe, or it's a coincidence, it's the same number, 1,200 pages of documents. Because, and that's very important to know, because what happened was they didn't know they were, so this is in 2023. So it's like, how many, December, January? It's like 6 or 7 months after the gag order started. And it's a couple, June, July, August. It's about 2 or 3 months before all the photo leak debacle was about to happen. The crime scene photo leak, the whole Westerman and coming in and doing shit. But the funny thing is let me add to you that, so remember this date, June, so the gag order started December 2nd of 2022. A couple months after Richard Allen was arrested. So Nick gets up on stage and announces the gag order for December 2nd, or they fight it and all that shit. I think there was some kind of fighting going on about the gag order, and I don't remember exactly, but there was some stupid shit happening. So it starts on December 2nd, and Nick's up on stage saying, we need a gag order in this case as not to alert the other suspects we believe are involved. Yet we can't have a third party. So let's go past that dumb statement of December 2nd, 2022. So a month goes by or so. Let's start January of 2023. What happens is there's a rumbling going on by, let's say, a guy named Chris Todd, who talks a lot about crime scene photos after that Gavin Fish released, not the body crime scene photos, but that Gavin Fish on YouTube released a video of photos of the shoe, all the stuff in the water, the shoes and clothing and stuff like that. And so I don't know if he released the one with the scarf or if anybody's even seen the scarf. And I know there was a bandana, which is not the same as a scarf, but anyways, there was like 3 or 4 photos he had a video of. But I believe at the time there was talk of a photo of the girls' bodies at the crime scene. Back then they were talking about it. Then in January rolls around, and it's late December, and Chris Todd is talking about it on court TV, saying, he's either seen them or got them, but he's going to release them or whatever. He's always the kind of guy who's got something for later, next, like it's like me sitting here. I got something so interesting to tell you. I'll tell you on the next show or next week, So January rolls around of 2023, and there's also talk from, let's say, people like Marv and Frank Meister on their very own live streams arguing with Chris Todd, talking about crime scene photo leaks, bodies, Abby and Libby's bodies. And Frank Meister even said it on a show I won't name, that in a few weeks, he knows somebody's going to be releasing body photos of Abigail Williams and Liberty German crime scene. Those said crime scene photos that supposedly Mitch took in the middle of the summer. But this is before it all even happened. In January of 2023, I literally witnessed it myself, him saying that on another show, on his own live stream, arguing with Marv and Chris Todd on Marv's live stream. And the Prosecutor's Podcast also put out a tweet saying that they were offered body photos of the girls. They were specific. They said they were offered body photos, Abigail Williams at the crime scene, and their bodies laying there in January of 2023. And the reason I'm telling you this is because in February 13th of 2023, Nick McClellan filed there was a motion for discovery, some type of thingamajigger, and he filed it on the date the anniversary of when they went missing on the February 13th of 2023. Nick did that, and what it said in there was, if the defense is ever involved in a photo leak of any type of stuff, they're going to be really held accountable. So January, make note of this. Gag order December 2022, December 2nd, 2022. In late December, early January to 2 or 3 weeks in January, there's 3 or 4 YouTubers talking about being offered and having body crime scene photos. Body, not the ones that were released, the scarf, the shoes, and all that stuff in the water, which are important, but not as. They were all talking about being offered or having body photos of Abigail Williams at the crime scene. They all said it. I can prove it. It's on their live streams now to this day. I've been timestamped and dated, and I sent them all to the defense. So just know that. I like to help. And so coincidentally, a couple of weeks later, all that talk stops. And I have a feeling it's because some of them didn't want to pay enough money to get them. Like the Gavin Fish, I'm not alleging anything, but it's a coincidence in my mind that Gavin Fish somehow got a hold of the few crime scene photos, which weren't the bodies, like the shoe and all that stuff in the water. He made a video putting them all that out. And I believe he even said some stuff about being offered stuff, but nobody said it. But it's my assumption, my hypothesis, my educated guess that I believe that all of them didn't get the crime scene body photos because I have a feeling somebody who ever had them was trying to charge a lot of money for it and they didn't want to pay. This is just my assumption. I'm not alleging anything. I'm not saying anything, but it seems to, if that were to happen, that would be plausible in my situation, my scenarios, my hypothesis, my show. So then Nick does his, he files that thing on February to get the defense. If the defense leaks any discovery, they're going to be so much trouble. And he files that 2 weeks after all that stuff. Nobody's talking about those crime scene body photos anymore. So I don't know what happened between then and then, but then all of a sudden, Mitch Westerman gets the, goes in and takes photos, and then all that stuff, what happened, right? So then boom, I have a feeling it may have been possible that Nick filed that motion for discovery on February 13th, 2023, just to get it on record, so he could then, when possibly the crime scene photos were ever leaked, because we didn't know it was going to happen, right? Then all of a sudden the defense is up in the Supreme Court on a contempt hearing. So there's that. Now, what I meant to say, so what I'm leading into, after that happened, then they did a safekeeping on June 15th, and they entered 1,200 pages. The state entered 1,200 pages of evidence in this case, the safekeeping order of June 15th, 2023. Now that's important because after when Gull, when they were doing the contempt hearing months later, and what was it, October, November, Gull told Baldwin and Rozzi to hand back all their discovery, and they did. And then that's when Scrammon and Liberato came in for whatever, a month or two, right? So Baldwin and Rozzi had to give back all their discovery. But afterwards, when the contempt hearing, when they were found to be able to stay on the case, Gull had to get them back to discovery. And they did. And they were worried that Nick McClelland possibly may have changed some of that discovery or whatever. Or maybe they didn't, added stuff or took stuff out, and they had no clue. So what they did was they requested this hearing stuff, and they got all those 1,200 pages and all that redacted stuff that we're trying to read now. Nick didn't have his greasy hands on that. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I know they got discovery back from McClelland, and they got the original discovery back from this hearing, which was 1,200 pages. So I thought I'd throw that in. This isn't a rant. I'm just doing a recap. All right. So the safekeeping hearing. Now, I rambled on there. So let me just check chat. Anybody, did I say, and if I misspoke on anything, please help me correct, because I'd never, ever want to do that. I'm reading chat now. Did you guys enjoy that little update of my just thoughts? And he's 185 pounds more of a dry ogre. Yes, you guys talk about anything you want in chat. If you went to a cool concert, if you, oh my goodness, criminality. I missed, oh my God, Nicole, why didn't you give me the yellow triangle? Oh my gosh, Nicole, come on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I hope to God you're still here, girl. Look at this. Hello, T. You guys were awesome tonight, T. Goosey looked great as Tobe. Tobe's complexion and hair looked wonderful tonight. And his mustache. I think it was made out of chocolate pudding, I think. It looked great. All right. So, oh my God, I should pay better attention to chat. I got into a little thing in there and I was on the zone. But let's, so Charles came in. Hello, Charles. Kelt was here. I said hi. Farmer's been chatting up a storm. Steffi's here. That's the different Stephanie. Support with Steffa. Welcome. And who else we got? And then the awesome Teresa, aka T, aka Criminality, aka Criminality TC, is here. Hopefully still. And who else we got? Oh, nobody knew. Oh, there. Oh, T, perfect. Okay, so T calls me Shibby for whatever fucking reason. I love it. And T is the famous person who coined freeballing. So every time you see me use the term freeballing and we're letting them hang out, that's hers. She She copyrighted that and said I could use it. Yep. So for whatever reason, she calls me Shibby. I love it. Now, I'm going to read these documents, and T's going to stay up on stage here with me as proof that I'm a star, because she's a star, and she'll be like a little security blanket for me. Make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Down, up here in my head, in my chest, in my heart, and down low in my loins. Very fuzzy. Before I get in trouble, let's do this. All right. So we're on the record here. State of Indiana versus Richard Allen. Showing the defendants here, persons. So it's going to be person with counsel, Rozzi Baldwin, state elected 5 prosecutor, Mr. McClelland. Gentlemen, are we ready? So Rozzi, yes, ma'am. And Nicholas McClelland, yes, Your Honor. And the court, oh, I guess that's his gull. Ooh, do I do a gull voice? Should I just stick with my voice? Should I just stick with this voice for gull? Because I can do this. Yeah. Okay, so when you hear this, anybody from the prosecution that is a little bit on the rough side will have this voice. And here we go, Judge Gull. All right. Before we get started, I'll just remind 99 everybody about the courtroom decorum. Me, as Judge Gull, in this voice, you've all been very kind and waiting for us as we had some discussion in chambers about how things would be proceeding today. I'd like to start by advising everyone we've had the opportunity to review the file and to have some discussions in chambers about the confidential pleadings that have been filed with the court over the last several. What are these numbers here? Just line? Why are they putting it there? Bastards. Months with the agreement of counsel, and I do appreciate the agreement of counsel. I will be entering an order sometime next week that will unseal all of the pleadings. Ooh, let me see, 1 second, sorry. Going full screen on my other screen. All right. The pleadings that have been submitted to the court, my court executive will create a web page, and I will provide that web page address to counsel. We will download all of the unsealed documents to that web page. Then they will be available to whomever wishes to review that what has previously been deemed to be confidential. I would remind the attorneys that they are still working under the gag order that prohibits comments. Yes, the gag order that the defense must adhere to. You know, Jerry Holman can talk to whoever the fuck he wants. Becky Patty can talk to whoever the fuck she wants. And rightfully so, because I don't think the gag order would have ever applied to her, but they loved it because, you know, it's pretty easy to gag the willing. Right, Abby? She knows all about that. It's easy to gag the willing. And Dave Vito could talk to whoever he wants. I won't say any names. And who's the other one? Oh, Nick McClelland, or somebody from McClelland's office, was talking to another YouTuber after the gag order in early 2023. So, yeah, I mean, just the gag order mostly is for the defense, really, because the state can do whatever the fuck they want. Because, you know, and they'll be transparent about it because, hey, transparency is easy when you know you're not going to be held to account. You can lie in a PCA like Liggett. You can lie in a sworn affidavit like Holman. And you can lie like 1,000 fucking times in any of your depositions like Holman did. No problem. Girls got their back. But fucking Brad Rozzi almost gets removed in a contempt here at the Supreme Court, catching shrapnel for Andy Baldwin sending an accidental email to the wrong bra, B-R-A. And Judge Gull fucked up and said it was to the wrong Brad. But hey, Judge Gull, you should be fucking fired because you got it wrong. There's only one Brad involved here. It was to the wrong bra, B-R-A. Dude's name's Brandon. There's only one Brad, and it's Brad Rozzi. You said he sent the email to the wrong Brad, and you wrote it in your own statement. So who's holding you to account for a big, huge mistake like that? I am. I fire you. And so here we go. We are here on a motion to suppress evidence and a motion to reconsider the safekeeping order. We want to keep them safe. I'd like to proceed with the motion to reconsider the safekeeping order, but consistent. I looked away and now I can't find where I am. I'd like to proceed with the motion to reconsider the safekeeping order, but consistent with our discussion in chambers, the motion to suppress evidence will be continued to be reset. I know we didn't come up with a date yet, but we will, before the conclusion of the hearing, come up with a date to reset the suppression hearing. I would ask the defense attorneys to file. Nicole, great choice. This is fascinating. I'm sure we read this on T's channel and Prof and whoever else, but this is awesome because I fucking love reading these because like even the 10th time, it's like I'm like, oh my God, it's either forgot or didn't put two and two together or something else makes sense or I learned something new. And I would probably read these alone, right here, alone, naked and alone reading these. But now I get to be here, naked and with all of you guys. And I'm totally not naked. I'm just kidding. The Franks versus Delaware notice to the state, and then we can reset the suppression hearing at the time. So, Mr. Rozzi, and we all know his name is Rozzi, because Mr. Rozzi, the day of the first day of the news caught wind of him being on the case in the lobby of the courthouse. One of the media stations asked him, who are you? What's your name? Say it, spell it for us. And he says, Mr. Rozzi, like a rose, kissed like a rose from a thorn. Mr. Rozzi, the TikTok dancing sensation, the socks, cool socks and everything. Mr. Baldwin, are you ready to proceed on the motion to reconsider the safekeeping order? And Rozzi says, yes, ma'am. The court, Judge Gull says, all right, Mr. McLeland, you're also prepared. And McLeland's, yes, Your Honor. Well, I won't say the names anymore. You guys can see that. So you'll know if you hear this voice, this is Judge Gull. You may proceed. If you hear this voice, a nice voice, it's going to be Rozzi or Baldwin. Judge, just by way of brief opening, and the court is Gull. Yes. I guess the first issue that maybe the court might want to tackle is, why would that be underlined? The burden of proof. We are kind of this kind. It's kind of weird how they have big spaces in these. Of weird situation here where we've got the Safekeeping Act, which is in Indiana, is IC 35 33 11 1. Oh my God, that's my locker combo from high school. Holy fuck. Just kidding. And clearly, who's reading this again? Oh, I should stop screwing around, Rosie. Sorry. And clearly, there was a pleading that was filed by the former sheriff, Mr. Leazenby, back in 2022, that essentially asked for relief under that statute. Statute? Isn't it statute or statue? What am I thinking here? Essentially asked for relief under that statute. I believe it's statute. But the statue is like a fucking Statue of Liberty, no? And basically, the allegations in that pleading, as you know, are, hey, Judge, we got a situation here where there's a lot of media coverage, and we're concerned about that, just the burden that I fucking hate that. The burden, why can't you say just the burden that it places on, like the burden that places. Who the fuck does that? Rosie does that a lot. I think they're all doing that. Or the person transcribing these is doing it on our sheriff's department and the systems at large, or as a whole here in Carroll County. And number two, that we don't feel like we have the manpower to staff or the staffing to address the needs that might exist in terms of detaining Mr. Allen. We need 50 guys on him at all times. And transporting him too. I think those are really the two pillars upon which their pleading is based. The court also knows, just by looking at the record, that the former judge, the Honorable Judge Diener, is that the Bloodlust guy? Yeah. Judge Bloodlust Diener. Honorable Judge Bloodlust Diener, who presides in this court on a daily basis, issued an order essentially granting the sheriff's request to engage the safekeeping statue. The statue, this is a statue in front in the lobby, actually. And it's this big, it's a big safekeeping thing. And I can't remember exactly what it looks like, but it's a fucking cement statue, sort of like you know, that old guy we used to make statues of people. It's in the lobby. Check it out. The safekeeping statute, and did that without any type of an evidentiary hearing, nor were there any affidavits filed or any sworn statements or anything of that nature that was offered up to the court to support the allegations, if you will, or the concerns, is how I would refer to them in the sheriff's motion. And so that leaves us in the situation where, really, there's been no due process offering of evidence that supports the motion. And then beyond that, I, of course, procedurally file a motion to modify. I probably could have couched that motion. Do we think that's what they meant to say? I probably could have couched that motion. I probably could have couched that motion as a motion to dismiss or terminate or some other, word that may fit the circumstances a bit better. But I really do think, generally, it's the sheriff's burden to put on some evidence that the safekeeping order is appropriate. Now, with that being said, I'm not here to try and ambush the sheriff or the prosecutor or whoever is, defending, in a sense, that petition. I'm willing to put on evidence if that's the most orderly process for the court. But I do think that it's important to understand that it's really not our burden, you dipshits. You guys have the burden, not us. And the statute, oh my goodness. And the statute, congrats. I believe that deserves some recognition. First time, third or fourth time they've used the word and they got it right. And the statute's pretty clear that there needs to be a showing that Mr. Allen, in this case, is in some imminent danger or serious bodily injury. Yeah, he's in danger from the fucking Galipoooo, the guards, Walla, the fucking suicide companions, the inmates screaming at him all night. Fucking idiots on the other side with pitchforks. Yeah, he's in big danger. Not from fucking what you guys are saying he's in danger from. He's in danger from the state. And so I'm prepared to present some evidence in that regard. But in fairness, I'm not sure it's my burden. But I'm looking to the court for some direction. And in the same breath of course. Why would they underline course? I believe that's spelled correctly. I would ask for a separation of witness order. I think I've rounded up most of the people that I kind of tried to pick. I got a new microphone and my P filter is going to get a workout. My pop filter is going to get a workout. I kind of tried to pick people out, but I see a few of the witnesses that I'm going to be calling here. Okay. I might check in the hallway to make sure. Okay, go ahead. Is Sheriff Schroeder in here? Okay. Maybe if you would grab him, just because we don't want, let's make one. And sure, get on with it, so to speak. Judge, if I may interject. Yeah, that's Judge Gull. She's got her hand, how like Al Bundy sits there with his hand in top of his pants, kind of stuffed in his underwear. Judge Gull sitting there. Yeah. I already had my witness step out because defense counsel made us. Now, why is defense? That's spelled properly. Why are underlining words when they're spelled properly? Counsel made us aware in chambers that he's going to ask for this motion. As the boss man in Cleveland, I can have them step in quickly, Judge, just so they can have the admonishment. Okay. All the witnesses now in the courtroom that would be called on the safekeeping order? I believe so. Okay. Those of you that have been subpoenaed or know to be a witness in this proceeding, you're advised that there is a motion for separation of witnesses. The import of that means that you cannot talk about your testimony with anyone other than the attorney that called you. You cannot be in the courtroom during any other witness's testimony, and you're not permitted to discuss the testimony of other witnesses amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Is that a sufficient admonishment from your perspective, gentlemen? Yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. You may step back out in the hallway, please. May I continue? Yes, sir. Judge, just by way of a brief summary of kind of what I think you're going to hear today, our position rests, in part on some. I'm just going to take a quick break and take a drink because I have a feeling this is going to be a long statement. Please hold. And we're back. Okay. So let's get a new comment up and just I'm going to do that. This is my kind of worked for me is every time I take a break for a drink, I scan chat to see, and I choose the next lovely person to come up here and highlight with me on screen to be my security blanket. So, and let me see. It's got to be a good comment first. Oh, anybody new? Anybody new? Anybody new? Nothing? Nobody? Going once? Going twice? Habby? Was Habby here before? Did I miss you? Did I say hi? I can't recall. I've seen you like 10 times today already, Habs. Did you just get in here, Abby? I have a feeling you did. Oh, yes. Yes. Abby comes in and does her. Oh, there we go. Yes. Because, Abby, you must be tired because you've been running through my mind all day. So, like, when I see you come in, it's like, oh, I feel like I don't know if I should say hi to you because, like, I've been kind of talking to you already all day long in my head. So, where's that? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm looking for something. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. One more. One more. Oh, it's close. Oh, Paula came in. Did I miss Paula? Oh, I'm good. Habby, I'm sorry. Paula's coming up on with me. I'm sorry, Habs. Habs, I will make it up to you. Paula came in first. She came in before you. I believe so. I believe I'm correct. Paula came in. Nice to see you. Oh, Paula came in. Nice to see you again. And she said hi. And yes, Paula, I think, maybe not, but Paula deserves, because I caught your live today about Stranger Things, Paula. That was a wonderful recap for me. I didn't catch it all, but I will replay it later. So on stage with me, starring Shibby and Paula Fitzhenry, to read. If you guys are just coming in, we're reading the Safekeeping hearing of June 15th, 2023. If you hear a nice voice, that would be the defense because they're nice. If you hear a gruff voice, that'll be some shitty law enforcement officer or the court. And in this case, this is Judge Gull's voice, and it's almost exact. And if you hear this, hey everybody, hey, this is boss man, Nick McClellan. Can we take 5 minutes so I can go powder my nose, please and thank you? And get a new juice box and take a pee-pee? Oh, thank you very much, Judge Gull. Thank you. Ooh, pat my tushy again. That feels nice. Thank you. All right, so here we go. Paula, it's just you and I here. Let's do this. I think you're going to hear this is Rozzi about to go on a whole long soliloquy, I believe. Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So Rozzi's talking to everyone. I think you're going to hear today our position rests, in part on some basic, Rozzi, I like you a lot, but you're sometimes hard to read, you shithead. Statutory law in Indiana. I've already noted that 35, then 33 to the left, 11 to the right, and 1 back to the left. Safekeeping statute. Second, we believe that, this is a circumstance where there are some equal protection issues and due process issues under the 14th Amendment. And some of that just pertains to the disparity in 10. I got to stop reading that. Why would sometimes they put one over on this side. And some of that just pertains to the disparity in not 10 treatment that I believe Mr. Allen is receiving versus others that are similarly situated. The due process argument, obviously, is similar to what I talked about earlier. Just there's got to be some evidentiary showing, and then Mr. Allen's Sixth Amendment right to counsel, I think, is kind of in play here. And that is to say that there have been some hurdles that I think you're going to hear about with regard to us having access and getting access to him and having some confidential access to him. And, those types of things that I think kind of are, and why that's underlined, I have no idea, because that looks pretty good, kind of are wrapped around, oh, maybe they're underlining bad grammar too, because it does sound weird, kind of are wrapped around the Sixth Amendment. I alluded to this earlier. The sheriff's request that was filed back in 2022 is primarily asking for relief for what I would consider to be maybe practical reasons that, this community was inundated with media requests and it's just been overbearing essentially on the community. But I don't think it's, there's no information or allegations. There is no information. There are no allegations in this petition that pertain to the law as it relates to safekeeping and the standard. Yeah, because wasn't it Tobe or Liggett? One of the two was saying that the jail, they couldn't keep him safe at the jail, blah, blah, blah. So we had to go, we had to get him into prison because his safety was in the prison as an innocent man. Because in there, to keep him safe, we could put him in solitary a lot easier, seclude him is the word I was looking for. We could, even though he was feigning his illness, we could then get some forced Tylenol injections into him, all that stuff. Oh, plus the lights stayed on 24 hours there. So for his safekeeping. And there was more people to yell at him there. Let's call him baby killer for his safekeeping. There was, what else was there? Oh, there was some cooler, bigger guards, and they would protect him more. This big, huge the guy's fucking bench pressing 3 plates aside. Man, most men can barely bench press 2 plates aside. These guys that guard posted photos of him bench pressing 3 plates aside. That's fucking a lot of weight. And, they're huge. And they got better tasers and patches on their uniforms, and the tattoos on their face are cooler there too. All for Richard Allen's safety. I know there's some more that I'm just not thinking of right now, but we want to keep them safe. The standard. Oh, who am I reading here again? Fuck, I got to stop doing that. I'm sorry. This is still Rozzi, right? The standard. There's no doubt about today. In response to our request, one of the things the court's going to hear is that Mr. Allen has been incarcerated and, while incarcerated, has made some incriminating statements. He's implicated himself in this crime. Of course, we're aware of that. I believe that the state's going to introduce that evidence to try and garner up some emotional support here. But at the end of the day, anything that exists is generic at best. And it's the state's, or it's the defense. The defense is it's the defense position. Makes sense either way. That whatever has been said by him in the last several months is entirely inconsistent with the approach that he had taken leading up to his arrest in this case. So he's pointing out that he didn't start feeling guilty and confessing until you guys got him in there and did all this shit to him. All this shit after months and months of seclusion, in solitary, most likely jacking him up with some medications that he's supposed to take in the morning, late at night, having the guy fucking jog in place at 3 a.m, naked, smearing shit all over the place, and then fucking being alone in a cell for 3 months without seeing his wife or family or anyone who's not looking to kill him, and then the guards whispering sweet nothings, I'm sure, and holding camcorders in his face, and the other inmates yelling baby killer, and the suicide companions. I'm sure they said some dumb shit. And then he's all alone. Probably hasn't showered in days. It's probably, probably stinks in there. And they send in a friend a friend in the form of Dr. Walla, with her big titties out, all fresh out of the shower, perfume on, smelling wonderful, conditioner. Guys smell that shit. So she's walking down the hallway and he's already fucking, whoa, what's that? He didn't talk to anybody for months, and they sent her in to be his friend. Yes, his friend. All for his safekeeping, including all of those interviews with the police, and for months after he was incarcerated. And in fact, to the extent that the state offers up any evidence of these statements, you're going to see at some point in this case, you're going to hear that, at 1 minute he's saying one thing and the next minute he's saying something totally opposite. So, they're generic discussions and admissions at best. And, the court is underlined for some reason. Should know that that's coming. We're not hiding from any of that. We're of the position that his mental and physical state is deteriorating, and that whatever he's doing and the actions that he's engaging in, frankly, are largely related to the circumstance. Beyond that, the defense's goal today is to try and find a practical solution to what really shouldn't be a problem. And that problem is that we don't have convenient access to our client because of the distance and a lot of these hurdles and some of the, I'll call them conditions, that are existing in the facility where he's housed, and there's no reason why this should even be an issue in this case. It's never been an issue in any other case that I've dealt with in the 23 years I've been doing this. And there's a reason why Mr. Allen should be treated differently, why I shouldn't have access to him, why Mr. Baldwin shouldn't have immediate access to him, and why our team or staff, our support staff, should have instant access to him. And I'm asking, so volume 2. So, are these volumes going to be 80-something pages each or something? Let's remember that. Volume 2 is on page, I guess it says 87. I don't know. But it took me days to realize that the last one, the volumes were 250 each. Therefore, if you were looking for page 10, volume 2, it was page 260. Page 10, volume 3 of the 1,200 pages was page 510. Volume 3, page 10 was 510. Volume 4, page 10 was page 760 because of 250 pages per volume. And page 10 of volume 5 was 1,010. Now, the last volume only had like 201 pages. Don't let that disturb you. Just know that if you're reading the 1,200 pages from the previous 100 hours I've been reading this shit, it was the 1,200 pages. There's 5 volumes, and the first 4 are 250 pages long, and the last one's 201. There's my public service announcement. Now, let's carry on. And I'm asking the court today to follow the law, and then issued a practical ruling, a ruling that's practical, a practical ruling, a ruling that's practical and addresses that problem. So we can get on with the merits, and that's really why we're here today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. McClellan, Judge, the state's in a unique position because I don't represent the sheriff's office. I don't represent the DOC. My real interest in this, Judge, is to protect the interests of the sheriffs. In terms of part of the reason for the safekeeping is that we're short of manpower, and to be able to protect Mr. Allen, and to be able to transport him back and forth to hearings. And that's really the state's main concern, that he's protected. Yeah, we want to keep him protected from us while he's in custody. And that's protected when he's transported back and forth to custody, because as Mr. Rozzi said, the evidence in all the briefings are going to come out today. And the evidence, underlined for some reason again, evidence is going to come out that he has made admissions. The admissions put him in heightened security risk, That's just the reality. If he's moved to a jail that's closer to our community, there's likely more people who are emotionally tied to this case. And so The state's real goal is to keep him safe and to make sure that when he's transported that he's safe. Also, the state wants to address. I think I lost my McClellan voice from earlier and I can't get it back, but I'm trying. I had more of a southern twang, but I cannot get it back. Also, the state wants to address some of the allegations that the defense outlined in their motion. Some of the allegations against the DOC, some of the allegations are Mr. Allen's being treated unfairly or differently from other inmates. And that's just not the case. The reality is he's being treated better than other inmates in here. He's not getting any ill treatment because he's the defendant in this case or for any reasons. And so that's really the state's main goal in this hearing. One sec. That's really the state's main role in this hearing, judge, and that's the evidence the state intends to introduce. All right, you may call your first witness, Mr. Rozzi. So, direct examination of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby. Come on down. You're the next sketchy motherfucker on the safekeeping trial is bogus. Can I just take a quick break? I take a quick drink, guys. I'll scan chat for any new people, which I already see one. And please hold. And we're back. So let's go up here. Skinny, hello. What's up, brother? First time I've seen you. Oh, Skinny. Okay, I want to say hi to Skinny, but first let's show everybody. Has anybody else come in? So just Skinny so far. Welcome, brother. Let's put this up for just a quick second. Her baby daddy with his real photo. Thank you. Changed on request for me. There, as you can see, there's Fur Baby Daddy. And we all know now, after seeing this photo, it's true. His father is Doug Carter, and his mother is Rozzi O'Donnell. He told me that's true. He's a handsome, handsome, handsome guy. And I wish he kind of looks like the Terminator in his photo. Terminator 1, when Arnold was young, nonetheless. So, Kay has showed up. Say hi to Kay. And Skinny has showed up with a yo. Now, Skinny, you would have got to be able to be the one to come up on stage, on highlighted comment here. I would keep you because that yo is very prolific. I love a good yo. But I believe we need to go with Kay. Kay has showed up and said hi, Shibby in chat. And I'm going to have to go with that. I just have to. I'm sorry. What's up, dudes? And away we go. Thank you. I would call Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby. 1 second, Your Honor. Take your time. So this is direct examination of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby. Questions by Mr. Rozzi. All right. What's your name? That's the answer. I won't say that. I was going to say Tobe Leazenby. And Mr. Leazenby, just tell the court, what's your current occupation and position? I'm currently with the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, serving as appointed dipshit chief deputy by Sheriff Tony Ligget. Okay. And is it fair to say, just to kind of get past the technicalities or formalities here, that you were the former sheriff here in Carroll County for several fucking years? Damn it, that's going to fucking drive me nuts. I couldn't put a period there? I was just about to say it again. Yes, sir, because 2015 and 2022. Okay. So in November or in 2022, in late 2022, you were the acting sheriff. Is that right? The elected sheriff. Yes, sir. And these fucking dipshits put underlining because they don't put a period to say that's answer. Oh boy. Okay. And is it fair to say that you filed a motion essentially asking for a safekeeping order with this court back in November of 2022? Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. And have you had a chance to review that motion in advance of coming in here today? Briefly, yes. Alrighty. Some more direct examination of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby. Okay. Would it help you to have the motion in front of you as I ask you questions to refresh your memory? If I may, please. May I approach? I need a good voice for Judge Gull. Can I? If I try one and it sounds ridiculous, should I? Judge Gull needs a good voice. I'm gonna try. You may. No, I like the other one. You may. Just take a look at this document and let me know if that's if you are familiar with that document. Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this document. Alrighty then. And is that the motion that I've just alluded to that was filed by you, signed by you, and filed back in November of 2022? Yes, sir. Did you draft this motion yourself? Actually, I had presented a similar motion to request, I should say, to the court. And as I recall, the court had actually come up or provided this particular document. Okay. So let me see if I can ask a more direct question. Did you prepare that motion in your office on a computer, essentially? Did you write this yourself, big boy? I prepared a similar motion to this. Again, the wording was adjusted by the court. And I had the kids at the local school, grade 3, corrected me in my grammar and spelling and punctuation. I really needed their help. They were good kids. They gave me a juice box while I waited. Okay. So you prepared a document that we presumably don't have here today, right? Oh, my mouse just disappeared. Sometimes it does that. My pointer just takes off to, like, I got 3 screens here, 3 52-inch monitors. It just takes off to like a whole nother monitor for no reason. I would assume so, yes. Okay, and you presented that document to the court? Yes. And then this was the result. Now, direct examination of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby continued. Right. This document? Yes. And then you were asked to sign this? Yes. Who asked you to sign this? The court. Who's the court? Judge Bloodlust Diener. Okay. And that's how this is essentially became to be? Yes. There was a process? Yes. Okay. The information that's contained in this motion, did you offer up all the information, or was some of that offered up by Judge Bloodlust Diener and others? The wording, if I understand you correctly, was information that I had originally documented in a previous request. Okay. And so the wording was simply adjusted in his document, that the wording was the same. It's just that adjustments were made by the court with this document. Okay. Did you provide to the court any additional documentation in support of, I'm going to call these allegations, in support of these allegations before this document was finalized, let's say? Again, the only thing I recall is providing, again, similar information as it relates to the narrative in this document stating my concern of security. Okay, well, why don't we just try to get to the brass balls, to the brass knuckles, to the brass tack? What is it? The brass? Get down to the brass. Oh, I should have kept reading. Let's try that again. Take 2. Well, okay, well, why don't we just try to get down to the brass tacks here? Did you offer up any emails with threats on Mr. Allen's life or on jail staff or anything like that to the judge with your original pleading? No, sir. I didn't need that bullshit back then. So the only thing that I had mentioned was obviously this being high profile. Again, it's similar to this wording. Oh, it's exact. Yeah, it's exact same words that don't say anything that's similar. There's exact same different words that don't say that. Yes. Okay. So the way I understand is this: you didn't offer up any supporting documentation at all other than just your thoughts about high profile cases in the media, all of which is frankly bullshit referenced in here. Yes, I'm full shit. You didn't receive in advance of this particular circumstance any audio threats from anyone that you shared with the judge. Somebody called your sheriff's department and said something on the phone. Yeah, because you guys got all these guns and cool cars and bulletproof vests, and you're all scared from some jackass calling you from fucking uh, 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 New York State or from California or New Mexico. Yeah, you guys are so afraid, aren't you? No, nobody even calls direct threats to me as a sheriff of the county, and I remember that now. Okay, did you provide up any kind of digital media, communications, or anything like that to the judge before this was finalized? No, sir. We weren't afraid, and I'm full of shit. All right. And you acknowledge that Mr. Allen ultimately was arrested. I think it was October 26th. Does that sound about right? Of 2022? Approximately. Yes. Okay. Let me just direct your attention again to paragraph 3 of this pleading. If you would, paragraph 3. Okay, focus, pay attention here. Paragraph 3. You ready? I'm going to read it to you and ask you some questions about it, okay? Mm-hmm. It says the defendant has been charged in a high-profile case creating potential safety and security concerns because of extensive coverage from an array of various media platforms, both mainstream and social. Throughout this state, the United States, and the world. Are those basically your words? Yes, sir. Okay. And so it's fair to say that your concerns were based on potential threats, not any material threats to your life? Correct. Or Mr. Allen's life? Correct. Or the lives of any of the law enforcement officers involved in this case? Correct. Let me direct your attention to paragraph 4. I'm going to read that to you really slowly, okay? You ready? Ask you some questions. Are you okay with that? Yes, sir. All righty then. Paragraph 4. Here we go. Pay attention. In that the defendant has been charged, in said high-profile case, in said high-profile case, I'm going to say, it is felt by the undersigned potential safety and security concerns exist involving not only the defendant, but also jail facilities in Carroll and White counties within the state of Indiana. Your words, right? Yes. Again, was there, strike that, were there any specific material threats made on you, your staff, or on Mr. Allen's life that support those words? And I'm surprised, why would he even say no here? Well, he could have easily said yes and just said, there was phone call or something. I don't know. It would have been because everything's always there, what they believe, they believe. So I'm surprised he doesn't say yes here, but hey, no, sir. Let me direct your attention to paragraph 5. I'm going to read that to you really slowly. Are you ready? And I'm going to ask you some questions. You okay with that? Yes, sir. Because of the aforementioned reasons, as sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I cannot provide the services, attention, or supervision necessary to protect or meet the defendant's needs or to ensure, protect, and guarantee the safety or security of the defendant, staff, or facilities. Yeah, we're so vulnerable here in this brick building with guns and guards and cameras all over. We're so vulnerable. Those are your words, right? Yes, sir. And do you acknowledge that there hasn't been any immediate threat on your facility, even as we sit here today? Yes. Yes, I'm full of shit. I'm a big fucking baby. I admit it. Certainly, not before this? Correct. Okay. So the crux of your motion was actually more along the lines of, hey, Judge, I just don't have the manpower, so to speak, to deal with this. Can you help me? Can you help? Is that a fair kind of summary? A portion, yes. Ooh, a portion, yes. All right. So is it accurate to say, well, strike that. Is it accurate to say that Mr. Allen's arrest, that he was actually moved out of Carroll County and detained somewhere else? Yes. And did that happen basically immediately? Yes. Did you make those arrangements with the sheriff of White County to have that done? Yes, sir. Now, I'm going to take a quick break. Please talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. How's everyone? Oh, digital. Welcome. Hi. Anybody else new? You guys having fun? You guys enjoying yourselves? Still skinny for baby? Everyone's still? FBD still here? Derek Farmer's still here? Teresa, criminality? Oh, I know you're listening, girl. I feel it. I feel your presence. She's laying there right now. She can't sleep because she's in awe, getting read stories, bedtime stories from Shibby. Ooh, Fishy's here. Hey, there we go. So Digital came in. Digital, saying hi to everyone. And Fishy. We have Fishy in the building. Here. I love a good emoji. Everyone loves. Ooh, that's not. Oh, it does show up in StreamYard. Why do some of these show up? I think it's because you need to space them because it thinks they're text some of the time. Oh, I don't see it on my YouTube, but I do see it on StreamYard. I don't see it on YouTube, right? It's just a blank thing. That's dumb. Let's try that one. Okay, yeah, drop the emojis. Oh, see, now this one says, I see the words. Says fish orange wide eyes. Why? But on StreamYard, I seen that first one. The first one you did, Fishy, the little hand, the little blue helmet, the blue headphones in hand. I see it in StreamYard, but when I highlight it, it doesn't show up on the screen, the YouTube. But I also see the fish on YouTube, but I see it in text, like it looks like on the screen. Okay, and this is a regular emoji, the alien face. What happens here? This might stick because this is iPhone. Boom. Okay, Fishy's going to stay with the alien. That's enough emojis now. Or, I mean, if you want, you can use emojis as much as you want. I appreciate a good emoji. I'm reading now. Yes, FBD. I'm reading. Everything I just said I was reading from the court documents. They are talking about emojis. So again, this is anybody who's just arrived or who's not paying attention, like FBD. This is Tobe Leazenby being questioned by, I believe it's Rozzi still. He's during the June 15th, 2023, a safekeeping hearing where they were really worried about keeping Richard Allen safe. Okay. So that was all kind of coordinated ahead of time? Yes. And so did he ever actually spend any time in Carroll County Jail? As I recall, maybe one night. And so tell the court what arrangements you made to have him placed in White County. Just a matter of simply having direct communication with Sheriff Bill Brooks and explaining my concern of potential safety and security of our facility and ask him if he could temporarily hold Mr. Allen for us. Okay. And were you confident that Mr. Brooks and his facility was adequate to hold him on a temporary basis? At that time, yes. Did you have any belief or any information that suggested that he was going to be moved somewhere else within a day or 5 or 10 or any amount of time? It's great reading these because they all kind of, we've learned so much in this last little bit that some of the stuff actually makes a lot more sense now. And so it's always good to read these. So Nicole, thank you. Nicole Watt. It was totally her idea. She got these. She sent them to me. She asked, and she's keeping track of all the pages in a shared note in our iPhones. So Nicole Watt. Abby's my muscle, and Nicole is my angel, helping me out with the paperwork. How's that? And Dino is my Sam Squanch. He takes care of any hikers. He makes them go missing. And then he comes back the next day with some bags of jerky, hiker jerky. And here we go. Did you have any belief or any information that suggested that he was going to be moved somewhere else within a day or 5? Potentially involving the safekeeping aspect. I felt at some point he might be moved. But you didn't have any guarantees at that point? Correct. Do you routinely move offenders from your jail to other jails in the normal course of business? Yes, sir. Is that sometimes based on overcrowding? Mainly because of overcrowding, yes. Is it also sometimes based on the fact that you might have a co-defendant in your jail and you can't really have co-defendants in the same airspace? Correct, sir. Are there ever reasons why inmates get moved around to other jails? Those are the two primary. Okay. Your jail happens to be unusually small, right? Is that very small, sir? It's tiny. The water was real cold. Yeah, one of the smaller ones in the state, I assume. Correct. Our maximum capacity is 34. Okay. So do you routinely lean on White County, for example, to house inmates for you? Ooh, I made a coffee earlier. I bet it's perfect now. 1 second. OMG, I put the lid on the wrong way. Please hold. 1 second. Man, it was perfect. I couldn't get the lid. I have those Stanley Cups, like on the ones I have, you got to start turning it the right way if you want it to come, because I'm right-handed, but I use a lot of stuff with my left hand too. My old man was left-handed. So I'm a bit ambidextrous, so I can do two things at once. Okay. So do you routinely lean on, I read that, mainly White County, and then sometimes either Tippecanoe, which is a word I love saying is Shibby, or Clinton. I'm sorry, could you say that again? Sometimes also Tippecanoe or Clinton counties. Because I remember when I was a kid, we used to go to the Pork River here in Mississauga, and my dad would drop us off in our old red canoe, and we'd go up and down. We'd go all the way up the river to those golf courses. There's like 3 of these really rich golf courses that would have to shoot their golf shots over the Pork River here where I live, and the golf place full of golf balls. We used to go swimming and bring bags, and we'd have to go down like 10 feet and get all the golf balls, and then we'd take those golf balls and canoe back down the river and go to the local golf course and sit by the fence and sell cold pop and golf balls for like fucking, oh my God, we'd get like $2 for like 10 cents worth of stuff. And we got the balls for free, golf balls. So we made a killing. Why I'm telling you that? Oh, because the canoe we used to use, and when we were done on really hot summer days, we'd go out in the middle of the river, it was a big river, and we'd all of us, 3 or 4 of us, would try to stand up on top of the edge of the canoe and see if we can tip it over in that. So that's why I went to the story, because we used to tip a canoe as kids for fun and then try to get back in without having to go back to shore, which was really hard to do. Okay, Tippecanoe's a pretty expansive jail with a lot of resources, right? Right. And White County is a newer facility as well. Newer compared to ours, yes. Sure. Okay. They have more resources over there? Yes. Do you ever farm anybody out to Cass County? We've had a few, in fact. We may have one or two there now. Okay. And they've got a much larger facility than you have? Newer addition, yes. Okay. And just recently opened, right? Right. In the last few months? Yes. In fact, right? Right. Okay. Is it fair? I'm looking at paragraph 7 of this pleading. If I could, draw your attention to that. Take a look at that and let me know when you're ready. Okay? Come on now. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, sir. So, is it fair to say that at the time that you filed this motion, that you were willing to accept responsibility for transporting Mr. Allen and from wherever he ended up? Yes. And or coordinating with DOC? Okay. So it says here, I will be responsible for transporting or for coordinating, right? Right. So you were willing to be part of all of that? Yes. All the time when you petitioned the court, did you have any did you have any interest in ensuring that Mr. Allen was going to be treated like other pretrial detainees? That's the ultimate goal, if you will, for all detainees is the safety. Yeah, their safety and security of those individuals, because we care so much about them. And so that would include Mr. Allen. So the answer is yes. Yes. Did you ever go to Westville to visit the facility before he was transported up there? No. Since he's been there, have you ever gone up there? Not necessarily to visit Mr. Allen specifically, but to go up and take a look at the circumstances under which he's detained? No, sir. I mean, I didn't care that much. And you've been aware, I assume, for several months now, that there's been an ongoing call it a feud, if you will, of his detention circumstances? From what I've seen of media reports, yes, sir. Okay. Are you aware of anyone else in your department that has gone up to Westville to visit Mr. Allen? Not again, not him, and to Westville to visit Mr. Allen. Not again, not him, and to talk to him, but visit and inspect the circumstances up there since he was arrested? I'm not aware. No. Was it brought to your attention at some point that I had worked out an arrangement to have Mr. Allen moved? Yes. Okay. And was it your understanding that Mr. Bossman McClellan was okay with that occurring? It's my understanding Mr. Bossman McClellan's position was that was a sheriff decision. Okay. You've not heard that he was okay with that? You think he was? No. Punting to the sheriff's department? Right. Okay. And is it your understanding that the court was amenable to doing that at some point? I mean, I know that the court had entertained the request, but I don't know the court's position. All right. You acknowledge that Cass County was really the centerpiece in terms of where to try to move Mr. Allen when these discussions were ongoing? Yes. 1 second. And we're back. Here, special request for Heather Brown, Habby. Ooh, you changed his photo back. Habby, good catch. Oh, let's see if I can go back and catch him. Ooh, does it change way back? Or, Habby, here it is. Is he reading now? Yes, is this what you want, Heather? Here, by special request for Heather Brown, here's a little ditty by FBD, Fur Baby Daddy 814. Here's his real photo. Everyone screenshot it now, because the son of a bitch may never show it again. We're on to you, FBD. We're on to you. There. Abby's in tears. And now the whole world can see who you really are. You're not fur baby, daddy. You're the Terminator. You're Doug Carter and Rosie O'Donnell's love child. Let's go. I'm sorry, one second. Full screen? Oh my God, my coffee's perfect now. I got to talk to you guys. Damn it. Just kidding. And that's a facility. That's roughly how far from here? Time-wise, roughly 20 minutes. And was there a point in time when you were involved in any decisions as to whether or not to move him to Cass County? No. Okay. Was that presumably your superior? Yes. Sheriff Liggett? Yes. Yes. Okay. Do you have a transport officer that works at the jail? Or did you when you were sheriff? Yes. As a full-time officer? Yes. Okay. Does that transport officer travel to and fro? I won't start that song. Various jails and prisons picking up moving offenders and things of that nature? Yes. However, I should interject that due to, like many county jails, due to low labor force and because everyone doesn't want to work here, if you will, that individual has been placed into a rotation. So we utilize him randomly when we can. So like now he's in and out, if you will. Okay. But that's something that's normal in jail systems, right? I mean, you are constantly moving inmates around. Sure. Alrighty then. Do you have any kind of emergency response unit or SRT team or anything like that works for the sheriff's department? No, sir. Like a drug interdiction team that serves warrants on an emergency basis? No, sir. So, if you're dealing with high-profile stuff where you are serving a warrant and there's suspected to be guns and drugs, do you seek out the assistance of other agencies? Yes, sir. And is that something that you do routinely in this business? Yes, sir. Let's talk about attorney-client visits at the Carroll County Jail, okay? Yeah. Do those happen fairly regularly? Yes, sir. And when attorneys visit the jail, is it fair to say, basically, you walk in and you push a button and talk to the jail staff, and they make arrangements for you to come in and visit your client? Yes, sir. And is it fair to say that that's really not any more complicated than parking on the street down here right in front of the door and just walking 10 or 15 yards in the door? Yes. Are you aware of any circumstances where attorneys that enter your jail to speak with clients are patted down or they are walked through a metal detector or anything like that in advance of meetings? They are asked if they have any, items of potential contraband or cell phones, or they're asked to leave cell phones outside that meeting room. And so overall, security-wise, yes, they're not necessarily patted down. You will, but simply asked to if they have any particular items on them. Forgive me, but I've obviously been in that jail and visited with clients before. Do you agree that a lot of those meetings happen in the room? There's kind of a library in your jail where there's a big table and some chairs? Correct. It's fairly sizable. It's a fairly sizable room. Yes, sir. And it's pretty comfortable place to sit and communicate with clients, right? Right. And that's kind of the norm when attorneys come to visit, right? Correct. Are you aware of any circumstances where any of your staff or Sheriff Liggett's staff now, I understand there's this transition, have mandated that these visits be video recorded by your staff? And for whatever reason, they Underline that again. And it drives me bonkers. I mean, obviously we have cameras in our facilities, but I mean, I'm not aware of any mandated recording. Where one of your jail staff holds a camcorder and walks around and follows the inmate and the attorney and videotapes his stuff? Nothing I've ever witnessed. Say that again, please. Nothing I've ever witnessed. Okay. Do you believe that there are visits that occur with inmates routinely where the inmates are not shackled? Let's say like Mr. Allen is here today. Within the confines of the building, correct. Yeah, they're not shackled and no leg shackles. Right. The only time we obviously utilize that type of equipment is when we go outside of the building with a defendant. Sure. No belly chains? No. No handcuffs? Box handcuffs like he's wearing today? Nope. You ever see anybody moved around the jail with like a leash or a chain on, hooked to them, where an officer's walking them around? Ooh. Not within the building, no. My mouse did that again. It just took off. Fucking Jesus. Not within the building, no. That would all be very unusual in terms of attorney-client visits in your jail. Right, yes. Very convenient to walk in there and meet with a client and have discussions, right? Yes, sir. And do you agree that lawyers are able to bring documents in like discovery? Correct. Laptops? Yes. You know, anything that they basically needs. Anything that they basically needs. Pens, pencils, those kinds of things. Yes. Please hold. I need to have a quick drink. And we're back. So I'm 24 people. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Can't wait to tell Mom tomorrow. She's going to be so proud of me. 24 of my closest friends. Actually 23 because, 25 now. So it's 24 because I have one of my alt accounts watching. Just in case anybody's blocked Sweet Dude Shibby, I have a super serial secret alt account that I've made a super mod to. So if you see a weird name jump in and disappear someone, it'll be me. I'll let you know. But until then, anyone new? All the regulars, all the regulars, all the regulars. Did I miss anyone? Going once? Going twice? Ooh, who did I owe a comment to? A highlight. Who was it? Who was it? Let me see. You guys are having fun in chat? You're using a lot of emojis? On this channel, it's mandatory that at least every 4 or 5 comments you use a couple emojis. Or Hebby will time you out. Just kidding. And Hebby's in the country. Ooh. Do you eat a lot of peaches in that country, Hebs? You know, those peaches in a can that were put there by a man in a factory somewhere. And, okay. You guys are having fun? Talk about anything you want. And if I'm annoying you again, please mute me and put on your favorite playlist. And just enjoy chat, because that's all that really matters. All right. Let's go with, here we go. Charles, not in charge here. I am. Then ban me. LOL. Alrighty. Well, Charles, actually you get the what's the exception? Because you like to put in that little allies, the 0.o, and that works. And LOL suffice. If LOL suffice. Emojis, cool, but just showing a little sense of humor is all I care. So, and I do like if Charles drops that little Boom. Dude, there you go. Does it look good with the exclamation point? I think it looks better without it, so let me know. Okay, let's carry on. 26 crazy people here. 25, including my super serial secret alt account. Let's do this. You guys enjoying this? I know we all know this, and it was a long time ago, but I mean, it is. I do like reading these again because, after everything we've learned, and I actually just learned so much about Brad Holder that I didn't know recently. So, okay, that works. If you like that one, I'll take it. And let's do this. Thanks for being here, people. I'm sorry that your plans were canceled, and then your backup plans were canceled, and then your backup person stood you up, and now you're here, but I appreciate you. Enjoy yourselves. I'll be your plan F for the evening. Yes. And does your staff there allow inmates to drink water when they're meeting with their lawyers? Is there any problems with that? No. I mean, just basic needs, right? Right. To have a conversation with a lawyer. Correct. All right. May I approach? You may. That's Judge Gull's voice. I've heard her speak. It's like exact, almost. Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. It's just a 20... I fell for it again. It's just a not 21 photograph of Mr. Allen. I'm sure you recognize that. Mm-hmm. Yes or no? Use your big boy words, please. Just because we are trying to pick up a recording. Yes, sir. Okay. And you acknowledge that that's a photo that was taken of him while he was incarcerated up in that Westerville. Yes, I understand that. Okay. And you know that I've taken some exception to this photo, right? Yes. And primarily the conditions of his clothing and just the way he looks. Yes, sir. You see his clothing on Defendant's A? Yes. Is it obviously soiled and discolored and stained? There appears to be, yes. I mean, is this the kind of clothing you would see on your inmates at the Carroll County Jail? Do they look like this? No, sir. You would wash clothes and give new clothes? Give them new clothes if they routinely do that. They look like this? These? Yeah. You take care of your inmates. I always try to, yes. Move to admit A. No objections, Judge. All right. Without objection, A is admitted. I have no further questions. Mr. McClelland? Thank you, Your Honor. Ooh, cross-examination of. Oh, no. Oh, no. I gotta stick. Oh, shit. Okay, let's do this. I can do it. Cross-examination of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby by none other than the boss himself. Boss man, Mr. McClelland. Deputy Leazenby, first of all, how many years in law experience, or how many years have you been a law enforcement officer? 37. 37 years. And, there's been a lot of 37-year veterans here. Wasn't Anthony Portwood, the super secret Trooper X, is a 37-year veteran, and he says he's not into Odin, but he's full of shit because Roland Purdy said he fucking was. His whole damn family was. So either one of them's full of shit. I think it's Portwood, super secret Anthony Portwood. So 37 years, and for some of that time, you were the elected sheriff. Sorry, that was a question. Let's try that again. 37 years, and for some of that time, you were the elected sheriff. Is that correct? Correct. Throughout that time, you've always dealt with the offenders, inmates, people who are charged with various offenses? Yes, sir. And also people that have been convicted of those offenses? Yes, sir. even at the Carroll County Jail, people that are convicted are held there weeks, months, sometimes years after their conviction. Is that fair? Correct. Majority, is it fair to say that the majority of these causes we have in Carroll County are drug related, OWI, theft, arson, like Pop, like Daddy, level felony and minor misdemeanor cases? Is that fair to say? Yes. We don't have someone who is at least alleged to have committed the murder of 2 little girls. Correct. In this county. In this county. Correct. Have you ever had that in your experience? We have had homicide defendants, yes, in our jail. And given the notoriety of this case and the kind of level of media attention in this case, when Mr. Allen was taken into custody, did you have concerns about his safety? Yes. Now, you had no direct threats of that concerned his safety. Is that correct? Correct. But you were concerned that he may be in danger. Were you concerned? Did I miss something here? No. Oh, but you were concerned that he may be in danger. Right. Were you concerned about him being in danger from other inmates? Potentially. Our jail doesn't have the Carroll County Jail doesn't have a segregation unit. Is that correct? Correct. And so he would have to be housed with other inmates? Correct. And did you have fear that there may have been some kind of retribution from those other inmates against Mr. Allen? Potentially, yes. Did you have concern that when he was transported back and forth to the courthouse that there may be issues? Yes. Now, Mr. Rozzi, asked you about the transport office. Typically, when you have a transport officer, how many people go to transport another inmate? Usually it's a one-on-one or one-on-two or sometimes. And you talked about staffing issues, and I guess there's been nobody who's been exempt in the sheriff's office at this point who hasn't had to transport somebody. Correct. You included, right? Correct. The sheriff included. Right. And so typically when you transport somebody, it's a one-on-one situation. Correct. Would you feel calm at the time that you filed this? Did you feel comfortable transporting Mr. Allen in a one-on-one situation? No, I was terrified. Fucking garden gnome. I was terrified of a little garden gnome that we fucking broke and tortured. The visitation with attorneys and clients, those are videotaped, correct? Yes, they have. There's no audio, but there is video. Image videotaping of those meetings. Why is that done? Again, that's mainly for, if you will, to monitor mainly for their safety and security. Not only the facility, but the individual, that is, because we have had individuals act out against their attorneys, and so we want to obviously provide for their safety too. Yeah, because we're so worried about the inmates and their defense attorneys. We value them. We see you. We care. Of the attorneys coming into the building as well, or anyone visiting the inmate. Sure. Yeah, you sound sure. Yeah, even Nick doesn't believe you. And did you, when you filed the motion, those safety concerns were in the front of your mind when you filed the motion? Yeah. And you didn't make the decision to grant the safekeeping. Is that fair? That's correct. The court did that, right? Okay. Oh, sorry, right. Oops, I added that myself. Right. But you filed the motion with your concerns and outlined those concerns in the motion? Correct. Before you signed the motion, did you review it? Yeah. And so there may have been some, I guess, corrections or additional language added to the motion before you signed it. But you had an opportunity to review it before you signed it. That's correct. And did you firmly believe that the statements in that motion were correct? I did. And did you believe that those statements in that motion when you signed it? I did. I believed I could fly too, and I flew. When have you asked the Department of Corrections to house people for safekeeping purposes before? Yes. And in other cases, when you do that, do you go inspect the facilities at DOC before they are transported? Typically have not. I must comment that I've been to Westville, although some time ago, but I know the general layout, if you will. Sure. Of that facility. And so, but this particular case, I did not because I have faith and trust in the Department of Corrections. Sure, you do. And I guess my word, to question better, was it routine for you to go inspect the facilities at DOC before you asked that an inmate be transported for safekeeping? No. It seemed unusual to me that you would ask for a safekeeping order and before they're transported, go to that facility, check it out to see if it meets your standards, I suppose, and then allow the inmate to be transported. Again, I have trust in the Department of Corrections. Sure you do. And their facilities and resources. Mr. Rozzi had asked you about if inmates are shackled or handcuffed in your facility. Have you had occurrences where you've had a high-risk inmate where they are shackled during their returning visits? A high-risk inmate, 5'4" fucking garden gnome, broken, tortured, deflated, depressed, lonely. If we have, it's been some time ago. I can't recall any recent specific incidents. Would it be did you know, was it your policy when you were the sheriff to have, if there's a high risk of defendant, that they be restrained in some way when they visit with their attorneys? Yes. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Rozzi? So we're back to Rozzi asking questions to Tobe Leazenby. Now, I'm going to take a quick drink and scan chat and change this comment. Please hold. And we're back. Oh, I'm going to try to do that video where V, is V here? No. V, a special request from V is going to just be like a 5-minute short video or 2 minutes of just me saying, please hold, and we're back. And away we go. Nothing else. Just them. Ooh, there she is. V, you are here. We're going to do that it's going to be called V's Cut. A cut of V. By special request for V. And away we go. So what am I doing here? Oh, did I miss anybody else? Let me just quickly check. So we still got Fishy. We still got Paula. We still got the Terminator. And we still got Derek Farmer. Abby's here still. All these wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Oh, Charles is here. He's a good guy. And who else? Oh, Kelt. Hello, Kelt. You're still with us. I hope you're still here. I hope you're having fun. Climb aboard. Oh, Shibby's like the town bicycle. Everyone gets a ride. Also, I'm like a moped. I'm a lot of fun to ride. Just don't let your friends catch you. You know, like mopeds are fun. Not too cool, but they're a lot of fun. Hey, oh, Free Peach showed up. Hello, Free Peach. And Free Peach and Charles, I believe, made it. Or everyone was just getting along so great last night. Free Peach. Welcome back, Free Peach. Thank you, Paula, for greeting everyone as they come in. And away we go. Awesome. Talk amongst yourself, guys. Have fun. Talk about the weather. Talk about when you graduated high school in 1994 or 5 or 6. Anything you want. This is a safe space. If Hebby allows you, You can say it. If you get a warning and then somebody body slams you for no reason, well, then you're starting to piss Abby off because I've seen her slam Big John Studd and Andre the Giant at a WWF match. And she's only 3 foot 25 inches tall. Heather Brown, right there. She says she's only 115 pounds, but I know with all the steroids from her cancer treatment, she's up to at least 120 now. Standing at 3 foot 25 inches. She'll kick your butt. So be careful. If you're just tuning in, this is Nick McClellan asking questions to... Oh, sorry. Good. We're back to Rozzi now. Goody. Excuse me. This is a redirect examination of Chief Deputy Tobe Leazenby at the June 15th, 2023 Safekeeping hearing, where Judge Tobe Leazenby and Nick McClellan want to keep Richard Allen safe from everybody except themselves. Rozzi asking questions to Tobe Leazenby. Take 7. Have you ever had other murderers housed in your jail in the past? Yes. And do Mr. Boss McClelland asked you if you had any direct threats, and you acknowledged that you hadn't had any direct threats on his life or yours or anybody else's, right? Right. Did you ever have any indirect threats on his life or yours, anybody else's? Not indirect, but I guess I will say rumors or social media innuendos. Ooh, and some memes. Ooh, and like Lauren from Hidden True Crime. I think I received some spooky emoji combinations and some very scary rap lyrics. Ooh. Okay. Did you send law enforcement teams or authorities out to act on those emoji combinations and rap lyrics? No, because we weren't fully aware of the actual location of those individuals. And let's talk about when he was transported to White County. Were you aware of the circumstances under which he was housed in White County, the White County jail? The white man from White Man Drive, surname White Man in White County? Ooh, a lot of whiteness. As far as specifically where he was placed, yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah. Within White County? No, again, I obviously had trust and still do have trust in Sheriff Bill Brooks. So you didn't go over there either? No, but I know their facility. Okay. Yeah. But are you aware that he was isolated over there? Again, once he was turned over to Sheriff Brooks, at that point, that was his call. It's his building. You don't even know? I don't. Did you attempt to call any other sheriffs in any other surrounding counties, maybe Tippecanoe, for example, to try and work some long-term arrangements out for him? No, sir. And Mr. Boss McClelland asked you about transportation. You said you have this one officer. Does your department routinely ask for assistance from other law enforcement agencies in the course of your business? Yes. And you could have sought out the assistance in terms of transporting him, right? Potentially, yes. I mean, the state police has been intimately involved in this case for the last 5 or 6 years, right? Right. They have far greater resources than you are stating your staffing has, right? Right. And your department has? Yes. Would have been an option? Would have been an option. Potentially. Mr. Boss McClelland asked you about whether or not it would have been, or whether or not it would have been routine for you to inspect the facility. Do you recall that question? Yes. And your answer was no. And if you had to do it over again, would you now think about inspecting, having been through all of this? Nope. All right. I have nothing further. Mr. McClelland. Judge, yes, if I may. Ooh, McClelland's backup questions by Mr. McClelland for Sheriff Leazenby, or Deputy Leazenby. You have concerns of Mr. Allen's safety today as he's placed in the Carroll County Jail. I do, because of our combination of several things: staffing, the concerns of additional inmates, and not knowing. If I may speak, it was a proactive effort on my part in addressing this. You had to act quickly. Is that fair in saying? Yes. He was arrested. Yes. There was concern that if he's housed in your jail, what was the concern? For his safety? That another inmate would act out against him? Inmate, or potentially any, outside source, like a doctor with a big titty sticking out, like a doctor. Or, some suicide companions that weren't supposed to talk to him. Or the other inmates yelling at him all night long. Or even the fact that we couldn't leave the lights on 24/7, and because they had a switch and the other ones don't. Who may carry through with some type of an outside threat. This crime is very closely connected to our community. Right. A lot of people involved. Oh yeah, there's a whole shitload of people involved, motherfucker. Yes. A lot of emotion involved. Right. And rightly so. Yes. And so did that house some of your fear that someone may become too emotionally involved and act out in an appropriate way against Mr. Allen, especially since he was innocent until proven guilty on pretrial detainment, but we portrayed him as a fucking monster and carried him around in a chain and, walked and did the perp walk a bunch of times in front of fucking 50 cops and made him look like a fucking goddamn animal. Is that what happened here? Correct. And that is that the fear still still present today? Yes, I would say so. As more evidence comes out, yes. Would you say your fears are going to be heightened or just diminished? I would say heightened. Ooh, yeah, I'm so fucking scared. And let's be clear, the admissions he's making in DLC, once those come out, right, that he admitted to these crimes, right. Once the information is public, does that heighten your fear of safety or diminish it? That after we fucking tortured the guy, he finally cracked, and we repeated so much shit over and over again to him, he doesn't fucking know what he's even talking about. Does that diminish it? It heightens it. I don't have any other dipshit questions for you, Judge. Thank you, Chief. You may have stepped out, Chief. Ooh. Oh, we see Chief? Ooh. Who's she calling Chief? Or just as in, like, not literal chief, but like, hey, Chief. Thank you. Mr. Rozzi? Well, we all call Max Baker, Your Honor. Direct examination of Max Baker, I believe, is a helper to the defense team, right? Right. Mr. Rozzi's up. And I'm going to take a quick break, so I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Look at this. Just in time. Hello, Josh. Low light recovery. The gift continues. The gift of Shibby keeps on giving. Check this out. Oh, the grift. Ooh, I misread that. Ooh, the grift continues. Yes, the grift of Shibby. Because he has the grift of Shibby. He's so untalented. All he can do is read from these documents. Because if he's left to really freeball, like his title insists, he will fuck this up and scare you all away within 5 minutes. So he must try and stay reading stuff, because if he were to tell you what he really felt or talked about, you'd realize he's full of shit and knows nothing and is a horrible, horrible person. Just kidding. Hey, Josh, what's up? Welcome. Anybody else new? Free Peach was here. still here. B, Mr. Farmer, and Charles. Love Charles. Mr. Super Sarcasm. If you don't know Charles, well, if you ever get mad at him, just stick with it because he he plays the sarcasm like way too long, and I love it. But some people take it the wrong way. Like he's really good at sarcasm. So trust me. And Elosa, welcome. And Fishy, still here. And everyone having a great time. The grift is on. Shibby, the talentless fool, has only documents to read. And he's got 21 wonderful people listening to him for whatever reason. And away we go. So this is questions of Max Baker by Mr. Rozzi himself. Ooh, do I make a voice for Max Baker? Let's just see. What's your name? My name is Max Baker. Ooh, that might work. And sorry, no, none of that here. This is nice people. And Max, if you would, tell the judge where you live. I live in Logansport, Indiana. Okay. And Max, how are you involved in this circumstance? Just give the judge some background. I began working as an intern at Brad Rozzi's office around November last year on this case. Just helping him, I swept the floors, I got coffee, did all that stuff. Him with the burden of emptying garbage cans. There's a lot of work to do on this case, so he needed an intern to help lighten the load a bit. Okay, wait a second. Isn't this Rozzi asking us? So why is he... I began working as an intern at Brad Rozzi's office. I guess he has to say that. Instead of saying, I began as an intern at your office, Mr. Rozzi. Okay, so tell the judge what your highest level of education is. Well, unlike my friend Shibby, who barely squeaked through high school after 6 or 7 years, I earned my high school diploma from Logansport High School, and I'm currently a junior at Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana. Ooh, what do we got here? Is it over? What happened? Nicole, oh my gosh, help. It just ended. Or am I still scrolling? I don't even know. Oh no. Volume 2, Nicole. Oh my gosh, wasn't expecting this. Ooh. What do I do here? I can check the other link Nicole had sent. Alrighty then. 1 second. Okay. Let me try. Ooh, wait a second. Was it? No. Please hold. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Nicole, I will discord you. If you're sleeping now, 1 moment. I will find the rest of this. I have no idea why it ended so abruptly. If anybody has any clues, please let me know. But she did give me 2 links. So let me go check that other one. And we'll be right back. Okay, I think I found it. And, I don't even have to reshare my screen. It's kind of popping up. I believe this would be, it's this one. Is this better? What do you guys like better? Or will I actually open the Google Docs? So this form or this one? Let me see. I kind of like it. Well, why am I switching to that other doc form? Because I like, Please hold 1 second. I kind of think I like this regular one, but I don't like this up here. How can I get rid of this? Or let's try. Let's open it and see what it looks like. Can you guys hear me? Would you like to vote? Do you like, so here's the rest of this. So Nicole sent 2 links, my fault. So Nicole, although you probably don't hear this, and if you look at the replay, have no fear. Everything's perfect. It's just deciding. Do you like, let's try this. Wait. 1, if you like this format of just the PDF, the direct examination of Max Baker. Or do you prefer it in this form, which looks like different writing? Wait, what's your name? My name is Max Baker. So so we got them both. Okay. We're ready to go. So 1 is the regular PDF. 2 for the Google Docs. And I could zoom this in more if you would like. Now, talk amongst yourselves. Let me see if anybody new has come. Free peach. A jar of cheese with this. A jar of cheese with Derek? Yes. How do you make purple text? How do we write in purple? Ooh, who's writing in purple? Charles was being facetious again. Ooh, Unindicted's here. Did I miss her? Let me see. Let me scroll. I try to like to say hi to everybody. And Unindicted did show up. Hello. Rolling in late. So who was that? Oh, let's do that. Yeah. Unindicted. You're the latest contestant on the highlight is right. If I can find you in StreamYard. Did I pass you? StreamYard text, the chat sucks. Oh, almost. Oh my gosh. There we go. I got you. Rolling in late. Now, to the big question tonight. Do you guys care what PDF, the Google Docs, the PDF, or Google Docs? I kind of like the PDF. I think I'm going to stick with this. Because the other one drives me bonkers with those extra, the way they, those lines underneath too. Yeah. Don't worry about voting. Because I've made an executive decision. Shibby is going to go with a regular PDF. So, who cares what you think? It's all about me. Just kidding. Here we go, guys. Direct examination of Max Baker. Questions by Mr. Rozzi. And if you don't know who Max Baker is, well, Max Baker is the young man who helps out at Mr. Rozzi's office. What's your name? My name is Max Baker. I forget what voice I was doing for him, but I think it was something like this. And Max, if you would, tell the judge where you live. I live in Logansport, Indiana. Okay, Max, how are you involved with the circumstance? Just give the judge some background. Ooh, here we go. I read this already, but let's do it again. I began working as an intern at Brad Rozzi's office around November last year in this case. Just helping with the burden. I don't know what voice to go with. There's a lot of work to do in this case, so he needed an intern to help lighten the load a bit. So tell the judge what your highest level education. Oh, I read all this. Yes. All right. So you'll be graduating after next year, right? Uh-huh. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gulp. No, that's all right. Had you worked in other law offices even before you worked for Mr. Rozzi? Me? Yes. Last summer I worked with Mark Lehman, an appeals attorney in Logansport, Indiana. And yeah, that's about it. Okay. And do you have some general, intention to pursue an occupation in the legal industry? Once I finish my undergraduate degree, I hope to attend law school. Okay? And just tell the judge generally what the nature of your involvement has been in this case. Well, it began with helping with the change of venue motion. And then once we started getting discovery in, obviously the discovery in this case is pretty massive. So I began to help. I should talk like Urkel, like ooh, who's that guy on that show? Um um Big Bang. I don't know him very well, but he sounds kind of like this guy sounds kind of like a nerdy, smart, coolish kind of guy with a cool guy but with a nerd voice. So I began to help the process that and digest a lot of that information. That is my main role. But not, or sounds like Captain from Star Trek, Will Shatner. What's his name? But another one in of my roles has also been helping Brad visit and speaking the Rick on occasion. Okay. And is it also true that you've been working with some of the people, most of the people behind me that are kind of sitting here, part of our support staff? Yes. So, yeah, it's kind of been a group effort. Yeah. Okay. How about this? I'll talk with more authority as Rozzi and just lighter as him, and I'll stop screwing around. Take 27. Let's do this. Okay. Have you ever been privy to some of the discussions and conversations about Mr. Allen's detention situation and trying to get him moved to another facility? Yes, I have. Have you had a chance to visit? I think you just said you did, but have you? How many times would you estimate that you visited with Mr. Allen up to today's date? I have visited Rick Allen 4 times while he's been incarcerated. And can you generally just give the judge some idea of the time frames? I don't expect you to recite the exact dates, but yeah, just give her some idea. Absolutely. So the first visit was on my Christmas break. It was around Christmas of December last year, and then my last 3 visits have all been in the month of May of this year, once I got back from college. So one visit around Christmas, and there are 3 in the month of May. Yeah. All right. So tell the judge what it takes for you and I just generally to get in Rick's airspace, to get to a place where we can talk to him. I do. Hi. Do you want me to answer? It has changed during my visits. Well, let's talk about distance and time and things like that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's about an hour and a half drive from Logansport to Westville. That's been a little longer recently because they've been doing some construction on the roads in between here and there. But yeah, I mean, usually we have to call and give them advance notice that we will be going and they have to make preparations, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a pretty far drive, longer with the detour now. And so we get to the prison, give the judge some idea of kind of what initially occurs. Well, let's just strike that. Let's talk about the first visit back in December. You recall that visit? Yes. Tell the judge that you remember. Tell the judge what you remember about us getting access to Mr. Allen during the first visit. Out of all the times we went, it was the least complicated process. Basically, we just kind of walked in. Rozzi showed his identification. I kind of embarrassingly forgot my wallet that day. I left it at the office, so I didn't have any identification with me. So I told the lady at the front desk my name, and then that's really all we had to do. And then we were put in a van and driven to Rick's area of the prison. Sorry. What did we take with us, if you recall, young man? Laptops, phones, work material. I mean, all different sorts of things. Neat things. None of our bags were searched or anything like that. Yeah, there wasn't any kind of shakedown that occurred in the front at the. Absolutely not. It was a lovely, lovely search visit. Front gate or anything like that? No. All right. And where did we visit with him, if you recall? we visited, I do believe it was the captain's office. It was somebody's office. It was pretty neat. It was a large room with a large kind of table in the middle of it. And how would you describe Rick's physical appearance and demeanor at that visit? I mean, he kind of looked like he had always looked. I mean, he was not long into his stay at the correctional facility, so not much about his physical appearance has really changed. He was still, had some weight on him, still looked healthy. His demeanor was pretty normal, albeit, I mean, he was obviously undergoing a lot of stress and that sort of thing. But he looked healthy and normal for what I saw for what I saw from what I saw. And in terms of communicating with him, not specifically, but was he communicative, I should say? Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Okay. Were we having productive exchanges, attorney-client exchanges? Yes. And tell the judge what you recall about the presence of other officers during that first visit with prison staff. So yes, Rick, every time I've basically went, he's been escorted by, I would say, 4 to 6 guards. And during our meetings, usually some guards hang around where we were meeting. The first meeting, the door was left slightly ajar, and a couple of guards were propped up outside. And I knew that because I could hear their kind of conversations from time to time. Okay. And so eventually you said that the next, I think, 3 visits you had were in the month of May? Mm-hmm. Yes or no? Oh, sorry. Yes. Okay. And let's talk about those visits. Tell the judge, were there changes in the way things occurred at the prison in May? Yes. There were massive differences. Okay. Let's talk to the judge about the front gate and kind of what changed there in terms of us getting there. Oh, yeah. So at the front gate, identification was absolutely required. Bags were searched. We were not allowed to take our phones in. We were not allowed to take our watches in. We were not allowed to take laptops or computers in. We got patted down by an officer. Had to go through metal detectors. It was a completely different process. Oh, what were we required to do with our phones? We were required to leave them in the car. We couldn't even have them in the building at that point. Yeah, I remember you had asked if we could put them in a locker, and that request was denied. They have lockers for personal belongings right next to the check-in. Okay, and so where did we meet with Rick? If you recall, during these May visits, I believe we met in a therapy. It was another type of office, but this one was much smaller. It was, I would say, about half the size of the original one. Okay, can you just describe to the judge as we are sitting there to the best of your ability, like how big of a room are we talking about? I would say 12 by 6. I mean, not big at all. I mean, okay, adequate to meet somebody, right? Yes, yeah. But it was different. It was a different room altogether. Yes. Okay. And describe to the judge what his escort was like, if it was any different than the first time to the room. Oh yeah, this time there was a video camera that was recording Rick. One of the guards was walking behind him, recording him as he was being taken to our meeting room. All right. And when you said a video camera, I mean, it's kind of old fashioned, but it was a camcorder. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. All right. And so is this the first time you'd ever seen this video camera as part of this narrative? Yes. All right. Tell the judge how the video camera was employed, so to speak, by the prison staff throughout the visit. So yeah, during our conversations with Rick, there was this pretty big window that overlooked the room. Rick was sat in a plastic chair with no armrests in the middle of the room. And for the entirety of our conversation with their client, the camcorder was held outside the window, kind of bearing down directly at him. I'm going to take a quick break. 1 second. Need a quick drink. And we're back. Ooh, there's a good one. Repeat. Get you up here. Shibby. Wait, where did I write it? Where'd it go? Oh, full screen. 1 second. Shibby, you were in my dreams last night. Wow. Cool. How was I? Oh, just my voice? Cool. Anybody new? Paula's back. I don't know if she left, but Paula's here. Hello, Paula. Paula grew up in Massachusetts and lives in New Hampshire. Sounds like lovely places. And have I missed anybody? Josh, this is the longest you've stayed around. Usually you kind of come in and out, disappear, poof, like Doug Carter's magic hands. Great that you're still here. Glad you guys are still here. That means you're either having fun here, or hopefully at the very least, I know you're enjoying chat. So that makes me very, 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 very happy. And let's carry on. I knew you were here. Yes. Alrighty then. Where were we? So, if you're just joining us, this is an examination of Max Baker, the intern helper young guy for Mr. Rozzi of the defense team. Rozzie's asking questions, Max Baker's answering. How far was the camcorder from your notepad and your body, so to speak, your person, if you could estimate? It was a couple of feet. I kind of had to, because the desk was behind, I kind of had to lean over just to make sure that none of my notes were being picked up or anything like that. All right. And so is it, did I actually, do you recall me asking to have him sit? Well, strike that. Were there other chairs in the room? Yes. Tell the judge what the room was like. So you have the desk, which I was sitting at, which was right next to that window where he was being recorded from. That desk had kind of a spinery office chair. And then to the left of that, spinnery or spinery, I don't even know. To the left of that, by where the door we entered was, there were two just cushioned kind of regular chairs. And then there was another desk in the right of the room. That also had another kind of spinning desk chair. So he means spinny. Ooh, he was saying spinny. Oh boy. Dude, you're in court. Spinny? Desk had a... He's cool. He's a young guy. Okay, it's a spinny chair. I get it. Move on. All right. And so did I at some point make a request to just have him sit in one of the spinny chairs and spin around? Yeah. In our second visit, you requested that he sit in one of the padded chairs to the left of the room. All right. What was the reaction? They told you no, and they brought in the plastic chair. Oh yeah, don't let him sit on a nice comfy padded chair. I'm gonna fucking torture him at any moment, eh? Like as if you, these guys. I think a spinny chair, like an office chair, would be safer because he would more likely be harder for him to pick that up versus one of those like plastic chairs with the metal legs would be more dangerous, I think. But they just wanted, I'm sure they wanted to just fucking make every second as inconvenient as possible. In my opinion, that's Shibby's opinion. They told you no, and they brought in the plastic chair for him to sit in that I referenced to earlier without the armrests. Can you speak up a little bit? Oh yeah, they said no, and they brought in the plastic chair that I referenced earlier without the armrests on it. Okay. Where'd they put the plastic chair? Right in the middle of the room. And where was it relative to the camera? I mean, directly facing the room. So he's looking essentially right into the camera the whole time? Yes. How far away was he, if you could estimate? 5, 10 feet. Okay, pretty close. Yes. And so is it fair to say the whole time we are meeting with our client, we've got a video camera sitting right behind your head, basically? Mm-hmm. On the other side of a window? Mm-hmm. Yes or no, please. Use your big boy words, Maxwell. Yes. And presumably recording what's going on in this room. Yes. All right. As far as his, his circumstances, was he shackled similar to the way he's shackled today? I would say exactly like how he is today, with the handcuffs, with the bar in between them, the ankle cuffs, and then the belly chain. All this unnecessary shit for a 5'4" garden gnome, innocent man who has no history of violence, no criminal record, probably has not acted out hardly at all. Okay, so basically, is this the way you've seen him every time you've seen him? Yes. All right. And did you feel like in that room that there was any privacy whatsoever when we were meeting with him? Oh, absolutely not. No. Did you have any confidence at all that anything we were saying was that those windows were soundproof or the door was soundproof or anything like that? No. And did we have an additional meeting in that room at some point, a second one? Yes. Yeah. Uh, 1 second. Please hold. Need a quick drink of my coffee, which is totally amazing right now. But I will sacrifice my amazing coffee to talk to you lovely people. So again, please hold. And we're back. Oh, look who showed up. Peggy. Hello, Peggers. What's up? Peggy in the house. Everyone welcome her. Anyone else new? Fresh? Any fresh faces? FBD's back, kind of. From FBD loves lurking. Fur baby daddy's a major lurker. He's a good dude, but he loves lurking. So, 1 second, Peggy. I'm going to highlight your comment, and I'd prefer you put your regular picture back. But if you want that one, fine. Just having you up on the screen is like, oh, I'll be Peggy. Oh, does that say what does it say? Yeah, I'll be Peggy. You do that. I'll be Shibby. And away we go. So if you're just coming in, this is a reading of Rozzi asking questions to his intern, Maxwell Baker, at the June 15th, 2023 Safekeeping trial. All righty. The questions are Rozzi. The answers are the young intern, Maxwell Baker. All right. And do you recall there being any differences between the first meeting and the second meeting? Not, too many, maybe a couple. I know one we went with, Andy, and that was kind of the main difference in my mind. Okay, all right. Do you recall the environment in that room? Whether or not it was hot, cold? On one of the occasions, it was a hot day out, but it was, it was about 90 to 95 degrees in that room. Ooh, I left the conversation kind of dripping in sweat, basically. And the entire time, Mr. Allen is sitting in a plastic chair in the middle of the room facing a camera, right? Yes. With shackles on, leg shackles, and a belly chain? Mm-hmm. Yes. Had that ever changed, No. One sec. Up in those two visits? No. All right. Did we visit again more recently? Yes. Approximately. When was that? I think the 30th of May. All right. So just about a week or two ago. Mm-hmm. Yes or no? Use your big boy words. Yes, yes. I'm sorry. Okay. Tell the judge what the purpose of that visit was. That visit consisted of a personal visit with Kathy and her husband, an in-person visit, probably. With Kathy and her husband. We wanted to get Rick to see his wife because we thought it would be a kind of a mood booster for him, help his cause. Well, let's talk about that. During the second and third visits, did you have a chance to observe his demeanor and his state of health? Oh, yeah. I mean, Rick looked and sounded absolutely awful during those second and third meetings. Just, he looked weaker. I mean, you could see it. You could see it today. He's lost so much weight. He just seems fragile and broken and tortured and afraid and alone. And that's wrong. When he talks, he's much quieter than he used to be. Seems much more anxious and about things. Much more repetitive. Excuse me. In his speaking, not really able to respond to questions consistently. I mean, it's like one of the every 10 questions we asked him, we were getting a genuine response to. So, was there really any ability to have a rational exchange with him in those two meetings? Not much at all. All right. So, did we arrange these meetings with his wife to try and maybe pull him out of his funk? Yes. And that's what happened a couple weeks ago, right? Yes. Tell the judge what you recall about us getting into the prison during that meeting and what was allowed and not allowed. The rules changed a little bit during that meeting, and we were allowed to take a computer in with a flash drive, but we were still not allowed to have phones, no watches, if I do recall correctly, and then we were still patted down and searched before we went in. All right. And when I recall there being a visit where actually there was, you were not going to be allowed in at one point. Do you remember that? Yeah, that. Which visit was that? That was the third visit, the one we went with Andy. For some reason, they said I was not on the guest list or something to that nature. And even when I showed them my identification, my driver's license, they informed me that I was not going to be able to go in until you and Andy made a couple calls. And about 30 minutes later, they let me go with you guys. So, in fairness, we got it worked out. Yes, yes. But it was different than the times before, right? Yes. All right. And so getting back to this last visit, tell the judge where we visited Mr. Allen. So I'm guessing this is the room we visit him is the typical visitation room at Westville. It was kind of like a house type of structure. And inside the building, there were, I would describe, lunch tables, kind of like my public school, all throughout for, different inmates, I'm guessing, to meet with family and members and that sort of thing. And then the back of the room was filled with vending machines for snacks, water, and what sort of thing. And then there were two guards stationed in there when we got in. And so they brought Rick in, and right? So they brought Rick in, right? Mm-hmm. Tell the judge what he looked like in terms of how he was being restrained is probably the word I was looking for earlier. Yeah, I mean, he was still kind of restrained, how he kind of always has been. On this occasion, though, I noticed that Rick's entire face was bruised and kind of looked scarring a little bit. I mean, he looked to be in horrible shape. Kind of looked like he got a really bad suntan, but you could tell that it was all bruising. Okay, let me go back to one of those visits real quick and let me ask you about his clothing. Was there a time when you pointed out that there was considerable change in his appearance? Yes. Tell the judge what you remember about that. On the second and third visits, Rick's clothing appeared to be brand new, each time like they had just gotten his outfit out of the box. He wore white sneakers each time, which were extremely bright, looked like they had just been bought at the store. Something like that. So there was a massive change in the quality of clothes he was wearing from my first visit to my second and third visits. And did those occur after I filed this motion alleging some of these concerns that we had? Yes. All right. Did that strike you as being kind of odd? Yes. Yeah. So then going back to this last visit, did we make arrangements for Kathy through the prison for her to visit? Yes. Okay. And so tell the judge where they were seated and what the logistics were surrounding their actual visit. Okay. So they were seated kind of to the right side of the room, directly across from each other. One of the guards that brought Rick in was seated 5 to 10 feet away from them, basically close enough to hear. I would assume every aspect of their conversation, whether they were whispering or not. There was another guard on the left side, and then 2 guards at their desks, who I think are normally stationed in that area. And then a couple of guards came in and out while they were meeting. I'm going to take a quick break. Please hold. And we're back. After each time, like when I start the break, it's like I kind of sit myself up, and I don't even realize by the end of it, I'm in a recliner. I'm almost like laying down, like I start by the end of that, I kind of almost laying down. But I'm sure you really care. So who showed up? Anybody? FBD has come out from the shadows to say hi again. Hebby is chatting up a storm. The great, the wonderful, the lovely Heather Brown. And nobody knew. Oh, Josh is still here. Oh my goodness. This is like a record. Boom. I'm honored. And fuck abstinence, definitely. Yeah. Actually, I won't. Let's just carry on. You know what? Here's a perfect segue right here. Heather Brown. Hebby says LOL. Kaboom. And look at her picture. She's looking up at me. See it? Check it out. She's looking right up at me. I see you looking up. I see you down there, girl. You'll be my little safety blanket for the next 10 minutes at least. Let's do this. How many people were here? 26. Oh my God. The highest I've ever had was, I think, 30 or 31 the other day. Or I had 25 or so, and Duck and Felonies. Ducky had like 100 people listening on some community channel or something somewhere in Colorado. I think it was just the audio, but it was like together added up to like 120 or something like that. So, but in my own chat, I think this is pretty close. So let's keep going. I'm honored, people. Thank you. Big dope like me. These 2 gentlemen, sorry if you're just tuning in, this is Brad Rozzi talking to Maxwell Baker at the June 23rd, 2015 Safekeeping hearing. They want to keep him safe. These 2 gentlemen you mentioned that were stationed on either side of him, were those people that routinely transport him? Yeah, those were the guards that I have noticed around routinely transport Rick. Yeah. Okay. And so was he allowed to have some interaction with Kathy? Yes, they were allowed to hug at the beginning and the end of their meeting. Okay. Was he shackled? He was not handcuffed at that time. Okay. This is the first we've ever met with him when he didn't have any, at least, handcuffs on, right? Yeah. Do you remember seeing him walk in the actual facility? Yes. We were already there, right? Yes. When he came in, describe to the judge what you saw. When Rick walked in, the guards that were escorting him took him past Kathy to the left side of the room and brought him into this room. About 5 to 10 minutes passed, and then Rick came out with a completely different outfit. Okay, so they changed him his clothes or something, right? Yep. How was he restrained when they brought him in initially? Full shackles, if I remember correctly. Okay, so basically he has leg shackles on, right? Mm-hmm. That were restricting his ability to walk? Yes. And he's got these hand shackles on, right? Uh-huh. Yes. He's always looking like I'm looking with one hand over the other as he is now. Yes. Yes. And he had a belly chain. Do you recall that? Yes. Do you recall them having a leash actually attached to him? Yes. On this occasion, they did have a chain leash that was attached to him. Yes. And where was that? What was that? What was going on with the leash? I just saw it was connected to the belly chain. Okay. Was an officer holding it, walking him basically? Oh, yes, yes. Did it look like walking a dog? Yes. Did I say something to them? Yes, yes. Was I pretty upset by that? Yes, you were. So basically he's walking around a jail, right? Yes. Like I am. Small steps and he's got a leash with somebody walking him on a leash? Yes. Am I exaggerating? Not really, no. How long did he meet with Kathy? About an hour. All right. And as we sat there, did the officers ever leave and go anywhere else? No. I mean, where he would have had some privacy? No. The one officer that was next to him stayed next to him the entire time. All right. Was there anybody else in the building other than us and the people you described? No, they had to close down the visitation center for the hour, so it was completely dead quiet in the room. I mean, me and Brad were sitting pretty far away from where Rick and Kathy was, but even at times, I could hear aspects of their conversation. Okay, that's how quiet it was. It was quiet in there, right? Yes. Okay. And what were your observations of his physical condition at that point? Was it any different than before? Yeah, his entire face was bruised, as I briefly mentioned earlier, and I mean every single time I visited him. It was, and a couple weeks passed, he just looked weaker and weaker and weaker. This time he looked, I mean, awful. His entire face was bruised, and I just, yeah. Is it fair to say Kathy was pretty emotional? I mean, absolutely, yes. I mean, she hadn't seen him in 7 or 8 months, right? Yeah. While she was visiting him, was there a point in time when she was just crying? Yes. Yeah. And do you recall either her or somebody asking for some Kleenex? Rick or her? Yes. And what did they give her? They gave her a couple pieces of toilet paper. And tell the judge, do you recall at some point there being a request to just get some water? Yes. And who made the request? Rick or Kathy? I don't exactly remember. Okay. Well, what was the reaction? There was a no, just a flat no? Yeah. The request was denied. Yeah. How far were we sitting from a water fountain? Not far at all. The officer that was right next to them, was also right next to the water fountain. It was quite literally right behind him. How many requests were made for water while we were there? 2, if I remember correctly. And what was the response? Both were denied. Yes, they need to keep him safe. Everyone's got to be safe. And there's 7 or 8 full vending machines with Mountain Dew and Pepsi and Fritos and everything else on the back wall, wasn't there? Yes. How'd that visit end? We spoke with Rick briefly, and then after Kathy and him had spoken, and then he was taken back to his cell, I'm assuming by the same officers that had escorted him in. And then we departed? Yes. And we haven't been back. We have not been back, no. No further questions. Mr. McClelland? Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, this would be McClelland asking Max Baker. Mr. McClelland, Bossman McClelland. Mr. Baker, you and I spoke before court. I think you're 20 years old. Is that right? Yes. Besides working on this case with Mr. Rozzi, have you worked on other criminal cases with him? Yes. And during your work on those other cases, have you had an opportunity to visit DLC facilities? I'm not. I've visited other facilities. I'm not exactly sure whether or not they were DOC facilities. Have you visited the Cass County Jail? Yes. Okay. Have you visited jails in other cities? Yes. Okay. During your time doing those visitations, did you ever have an opportunity to sit with or visit with somebody that had been accused of murder? Yes. And was it someone who'd been accused of murder of 2 girls? No. The first visit that you made with Mr. Allen during Christmas of 2022, is that correct? Yeah, around that time. And the demeanor of the conversation between you and Mr. Allen, was that a normal conversation? Well, obviously, a lot was going on in Mr. Allen's life, so he was a little bit anxious, and it was a normal conversation, but it was much more normal than my later conversations. Let me rephrase. Did you introduce who you were? Yes. Did he introduce who he was? Yes. Yeah, probably. Okay. And then you visit him, it looks like 3 or 4 times in May. Is that correct? Yes. The first visit in May, was the interaction the same as it was at Christmas? Break? Absolutely not. Not. He didn't even remember who I was. And then the third and fourth visit, what were those interactions like? I mean, similar. I mean, even those times he didn't remember who I was. And let me back up. Beep, beep, beep. Let's back that fucker up. Did you know Richard Allen before you got involved with this case? No. And so fair to say that if you didn't know him before you visited him on Christmas of 2022, you didn't know what was normal behavior, what his normal look was like. You didn't know what normal for him was. Is that a fair in saying? For him? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. You're basing all the answers that you've given today on what you consider normal. I was more trying to compare between the different visits. But you throw out a lot of adjectives, and there, this was abnormal. This was normal. You were basing that on your experience, not your experience with Mr. Allen? I believe I'm basing it on my multiple experiences and comparing them. So, Mr. McClelland just got pwned by little old Max Baker, I believe, because he's trying to make it look like, how the fuck would you know the difference? Meanwhile, he's saying, dude, I saw him before you broke him, and I saw him after you broke him, you motherfuckers. Sadistic motherfuckers in IDOC and the state. Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Rozzi. So back to Rozzi. Max, you've done hard work on this case, haven't you? Yes. And seen a lot of photos and videos and watched a lot of interviews. Yes. Let me hand you what's been marked as Defendant's B. You recognize this photo? Yes. It's a picture of Mr. Allen a year or 2 prior to this. Yeah. And is this what you believe that he looked like when he was arrested based on everything that you've seen in the thousands of pages of discovery? Yeah. Did he look like that in May when we started visiting him? No. Looks like he does now, right? Yes. Moving to admit. Maybe a couple foundational questions, Judge. Yes. Did you take that picture? No. How do you know? This is Mr. McClellan. I guess you know. How do you know when that picture was taken? To be fair, I don't know. I don't. Okay. So you're just being told it was taken a year or two by Mr. Rozzi? Yes. You don't know who took that picture? No. I don't have any other questions, Judge. No objection to the photo. All right. I'll show defendants B is admitted without objection. That was the court. Now, I guess we're back to Rozzi. Oh. Yes, must be. Nick asked. Oh, 1 second. I'm going to take a quick drink, okay? Please hold. And we're back. How's everyone doing this fine evening? OMG. What's up? Anyone new? You guys having fun? Nobody fighting? Y'all being good boys and girls in chat? Peggy put her picture back for me. Oh, Abby, I'm going to have to get Peggy back up here. Thank you, Peggers. You're so sweet. Let me see. Call poison control or the animal hospital. ASAP. Ooh, what happened? Ooh. Just scanning through chat. Never mix bleach with ammonia. Definitely. Yeah. Yes. That's mustard gas. It's fucking crazy. You could blow up. This thing will blow up because it produces. Yeah. It'd make your eyes melt. That shit. Sorry, folks. 1 second. Bear with me. And let's go with this one. So I didn't want too many words, but Peggy put her regular photo back up. So let's show her. Thank you. Call poison control or the animal hospital ASAP. Did something happen, guys? Are you guys just like talking? Or if anything happened, I don't want to make light of it. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't want to make light. I didn't mean that. So is she okay? UCC's dog ate a bunch of Raisin Bran. Is that bad? Is she okay? No, Snay. The only thing, if you want, go check. I believe he put a community post on his page, Rick Snay. So go to his Delphi After Dark page and check in his community. I believe that's the last thing. That's the last update I saw, I believe. Oh, I haven't seen anything since. So, guys like him and Prof, they kind of have these take some time off and they come back better than ever. You watch. Alrighty. Oh yeah, Hebby knows. So yeah, Hebby, if you give any updates to the chat or Josh, if you know anything, nothing, but just tell us he's okay and everything's good. I'm sure, and tell him we know he said he's not coming back, but we can't wait for him to come back stronger than ever. And I'll carry on. Thanks for having such a lovely conversation in chat. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, wrong. I got all these screens going here. Shit. So, this is Rozzi going back to ask his intern, Maxwell, a few questions at the June 15th, 2023, quote, safekeeping, unquote, hearing. Because all they're worried about was keeping him safe. Nick asked you about whether or not, I'm sorry, Mr. McClelland, Mr. Boss McClelland asked you whether or not you had ever been to visit with somebody that was accused of murdering 2 girls. You remember that question? Yes. You ever been to visit with somebody that was accused of murdering a woman? Yes. And do we do that all the time? We've done that quite regularly since I started. Yeah. Where'd we do that? I mean, it's nothing like how we met with Rick. I mean, yeah, but where does that occur? It could occur in a room outside of the courtroom when we were at a hearing for a case. I mean, okay. It's occurred in more normal locations. All right. Have we visited the Tippecanoe County Jail? A whole bunch of, yes. In the last 6 months? Yes. And is that involving a case involving a death? Yes. And when we go visit with that client, why all the big spaces? Tell the judge what the circumstances are like. That client is by no means shackled. She's in a completely normal state of mind. Her circumstances. She's able to sit right next to us, able to assist in her defense, write stuff down, all different sorts of things. What kind of room are we in? I mean, we are just in a normal kind of visitation room, I would assume, or we were in a rec room. I think the one time we visited the Tippecanoe jail. Fucking love that word, Tippecanoe. Right. There's a table in there. Yes. And we are all sitting around the table? Yes. Got discovery laid out on the side of the table? Yes. Having discussions with the client? Yes. Interacting in much more unrestrained circumstances? Absolutely yes. I don't have any further. Mr. McClelland. Ooh. So, direct examination of Captain Gary Lewis. Who's this guy? Wow. I'm going to have to pause here and make sure. Who's Mr. Gary Lewis? All you smart people in chat, I'm going to have to pause until I figure out who this guy is. Captain Gary Lewis. Does anybody know who this Gary Lewis is? That's anyone? Should I Google that? Because I'm not going to be able to get through this. I'm sure if I actually read, I'll start reading because I'm sure it'll become clear who it is. So let me see. Everyone having a good time? Fundraisers. They get a scholarship. That's cool. Let's see. Oh, here we go. The Tippecanoe County Jail is actually pretty nice, for a jail. There you go. Skinny coming in just in time. Looking for a new face. Let's do this, Skinny. You and me, brother. Come up on this highlighted comment with me. The Tippecanoe County Jail is actually pretty nice, for a jail. I agree. Just that name alone makes it better than most. Now, if anybody knows who this Captain Gary Lewis is, I would really like to know. And if it doesn't become apparent in his next little questions, and I'll look back in chat, I will have to pause and Google this. But I'm sure we're going to find out. Maybe he's the warden. Oh, let's just read. So the questions are by Mr. McClelland. So, Mr. Baker. Wait a second. Mr. Baker, direct examination of Captain. Is that just a fucking typo? Because he's still talking to Mr. Baker? I think that must be just a typo. He's still talking to Mr. Baker. Yeah, because they didn't dismiss the Baker. He's on the stand. Does everyone agree that this is probably a typo and it's supposed to be direct examination, continuation of like Mr. Baker, Maxwell Baker? Yes, it has to be. Okay, that just did not happen. Let's do this. 26 crazy people here. 25 with my alt account spying on you. So, thank you for being here. I'm truly honored. And away we go. So, Mr. Baker, let's just address the elephant in the room. Your testimony here today is implying that if Mr. Allen were in another facility and his health would be better, his state of mind would be better, his clothes would be better, and that's because you visited other people in other facilities and they're in a better situation, in your opinion, than Mr. Allen? Yeah. Okay. I don't have any other shitty questions, Judge. All right. Thank you, Mr. Baker. This is Judge Gull's voice. All right. Thank you, Mr. Baker. You may step down. Thank you. 1 second, Your Honor. Ooh. So they just, yes. Captain Gary Lewis, Your Honor. Okay, so they just used that title a little early. Let's do this. So now, who's Gary? Still, same question applies to this guy. Who's this Gary Lewis? And if it doesn't become apparent, oh, he's okay. Scratch that. Let's do this. So Rozzi's asking questions of Captain Gary Lewis at the June 15th, 2023 Safekeeping hearing. Sir, would you please tell the judge your name? Gary Lewis. So anytime it's a state, like, any type of the person, the sadistic type that works for the state that is okay with locking up and torturing a person talks, they're going to sound with a gruff voice. So Gary Lewis. All right. And tell the judge where you work. Westville Correctional Facility. Okay. Is the reporter picking this up? Can you hear him okay? Okay. And specifically, do you work on the maximum security unit? Oh, uh-oh. Did this just end? OMG. So, Nicole, do you guys want me to read? I'll have to go find this from Alla's website. If Nicole is missing, I need the safekeeping. I'll have to go look for it because she didn't send me this link. So, if anybody knows the link to Alla's website of the direct examination of Captain Gary Lewis, which came after the examination of Max Baker, which came after the examination of Tobe Leazenby of the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing of Richard Matthew Allen. So I'll need, because I don't think I can go check my Discord, hopefully. Oh my gosh. Let's do this. So it ends here. I can't scroll anymore. This is the end. Page 25 of 25. So if anybody can help me find that, I'll have to pause and go get it. Or, I guess we can end this and do it another day, but I feel 29 people. Oh my gosh. I can't disappoint. Okay. So please, if anybody's listening, does anybody know Alla's website? Should I drop the link? This is a Drive, Google. You know what? I'm going to go find it myself. Let's do this. The Google Drive is it the same Google Drive? So, Nicole, get your ass back here. I'm going to go. So is that Alla's website? Is it the Google Drive? No. Oh, thank you, Fishy. Thank you. Fishy comes in to save me. Let me see. Oh, I'll just do it on my computer. Copy the link and let me see. Let me see. Ooh. Awesome, Fishy. So, Richard Allen, October 13th. So it was way before. 2022. So we're getting warmer. And we're getting warmer. No, I know. Thank you, Fishy. No, you did more. You did not. It was very perfect. And I wasn't, if I sounded ungrateful, I thank you for giving me. I'm just happy you got me to the site. I'll find it. And I'm sure she has it in order. That's awesome. So thank you. This is great. Is this okay for me to be doing, right? Like, am I doing anything like, copyright infringing stuff, or is this like, should I not be doing this on screen, or is this okay? I don't even know. I can move it off screen if this is like wrong. I'm sure she won't care. I don't know. Should I move it off the screen? Right. Yeah. It's like public, right? Like, boom, look at this. Rambling safekeeping order. This has got to be, we're in. Ooh, should I go to that link? That would probably be it. I'll open it in, oh, I can't. How many pages is this? 2. No, this isn't it. Okay, that was, I think we're getting closer. I should just keep scrolling because it seems to be all in order. So let's get to 2023. That'd be good. Let's just keep going until I see 2023. Oh, I see it. February. Getting closer. Warmer. Ooh, that's the spot. Ooh, a little lower. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lower. Ooh, lower. Ooh, too low. Oh. Look at this. Wow. Thank you very much. June transport order. Verified request. So we're looking for this Gary Lewis guy's. It was June 15th, right? So hearing held. Records hearing held. Exhibits. Testimony. Appearance. See, I'm not exactly where. Sure. It'd have to be in here then, eh? Exhibits and testimony of this. Yeah. Yep. Ooh. First one. Kaboom. Shabooyah. Roll call. I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool. Notifications. Okay. Did I even open that properly? I don't even know what I just did there. And away we go. This would be the right one, right? But it's Mr. McClelland. Wasn't it Rozzi? Oh, they did the same thing too. This is the, yeah. So he's still talking to Mr. Baker. So how many pages is this? Ooh, this will bit here. In the time that you've been since I've been there. Yeah, this is it. I believe. Yep. No, I don't even know. Ooh. Is this the remainder of Max Baker? I'm fucking confused. If you guys know what I should do here, because one of these Max. He's still talking to Max here. Yeah. So they have this under, but there's a lot more pages here. He's still talking to Max. Yeah. This looks like it's new. Do you have any pre-trial detainees? Yeah, this is it here. So, does that look like where? I don't have any other question, Judge. This is probably where I left off, right? Where did I leave off? Oh my gosh. So it ends here on page 2, 138. Ooh, these aren't the same. Page 2, 150. Uh-oh. Page 2, 151. Okay. This can't be it. So I left off. So I can't scroll any lower. This is so it's direct examination of Captain Gary Lewis. So would you please tell the judge your name? So right when they're introducing him, is where I left off. So would you please tell the judge your name? And this isn't him, although they're saying it's him. It says Baker still. Or am I wrong? Oh shit. Sorry guys. I did not expect this. And Nicole, my faithful Nicole, who suggested this. I guess I could end this. It's been 3 hours, but I wouldn't mind finishing this one, I guess. So if you'll just stick with me, be patient. I should read chat. Anything? I'll find. Hold on. You're on the trial docket. Thank you, Madame Fishy. Madame Fishy. My fishy dam. I will no longer dam the river on you, Fishy. So you can swim upstream and help me. Alrighty. Shout out all here. You know what? I'll put that's better. Thank you. Yes. That's gonna stick at 2:22 a.m. my time. Ooh. Shout out all eyes on Delphi. From Fishy. Spelled Fushy. Fushy. Oh, Fishy's stoned. That's okay, girl. That's okay. I was kidding. So basically, I'm looking for Gary Lewis. Oh, I should shut some of these down because I don't actually like this one, and I need this, and I'm done with these. Right? Yeah. I can get rid of this. And get rid of this, so I'm not confusing myself. So where I finished off was says direct examination of Captain Gary Lewis. And it's basically his very beginning. Where does he start? It says, sir, would you please tell the judge your name? Gary Lewis. He's the Westville Correctional Facility guy. And it says page 138. But it oh, I should go back to that one because it might be. Let me just double check. So I'm going to look for him starting. Where does he start? Oh, Captain Lewis. During that time, questions by. So there's. So this is him. Where does he introduce himself? Where are you, bro? Where are you, bro? Where are you, bro? This feels like it here. Oh, I assumed. You know what? I'm an idiot. I saw it Max Control. I probably assumed they're still talking to Max. I'm an asswipe. It's probably my fault. Maybe I did that. Here it is. I found it, guys. I got it. Thank you. Hi, y'all. Hi, Shibby. Becky B's in the house. Biggie Fishy saves the day. Now go have a gummy or smoke a doobie and go draw a warm bubble bath. Sit back, light a candle, and listen to Bedtime Stories with Shibby. Ready? Thank you, Fishy. You're the best. Thank you, Abby. Thanks, everyone. And away we go. Did anybody else? So Becky B shows up. Hello, Becky B. And everyone's still having a good time. Low Light is still around. This is like a record. Thanks, brother. And nobody knew. Awesome. Look at this. You have a vape. Do whatever you need to do, girl. Just get comfy because I'm going to take you somewhere you've never been before. Just listen to my voice and concentrate. All right. A bath sounds bomb. Right now, do that. Yeah. Yes. Tell us when you're to. I'd like to know. Just one candle is all you need. Get that vape and a nice warm bath and the sweet sounds of Shibby late at night. Let's do this. Well, seriously, thank you for doing that because I would have been lost. I should have known, but I'll keep it. All right. So if you're just joining us, Becky B and whomever, the direct examination of Captain Gary Lewis. What we're doing here is reading. Nicole and I were reading earlier, and it was fascinating how much, makes more sense. Stuff makes more sense now. And we were just going back and reading stuff, and she made the request, and I thought it was a great idea to go over the June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing of Richard Matthew Allen. Also because the 1,200 pages from this document at this trial were entered before Rozzi and Baldwin they attempted to remove the Rozzi and Baldwin at the contempt hearing. You remember Judge Gall said for them to stop all work and return all the discovery. So they did. And Scremin and Labrado got all that shit. And then after the 4 or 5 weeks, Hennessy they didn't get removed from contempt. They were reinstated or whatever, and they got all their discovery back. And I'm positive they were worried about receiving all that discovery back after that greasy fucker Nick McClellan got his hands back on it. If there was either stuff added or removed or whatever. So they requested all the 1,200 pages of this that we just had last week. They requested it it was in this safekeeping hearing. So it was untouched from before. So again, I put that out there because I just find it interesting. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I'm not accusing Nick of anything. I'm not saying they found anything, but they wanted all this. And it's great that it was available to them because it was, they got to compare it, I'm sure, with some of the stuff Nick gave them back. Why I'm telling you that? Because it's interesting. Let's do this. So the safekeeping hearing of June 15th, 2023, we've done Tobe Leazenby examination. Then we did Max Baker, who is the intern to Brad Rozzi. And now we're doing Gary Lewis. The judge, tell the judge where you work. He works at the Westville Correctional Facility. Sir, would you please tell the judge your name? Gary Lewis. All right. And tell the judge where you work. Westville Correctional Facility. Okay. R is the reporter picking. Oh, I did this part. Let's do it again. R is the reporter picking this up. Can you hear him okay? And specifically, do you work on the maximum security? Oh, sorry. And specifically, do you work on the maximum security unit at the facility? Yes, sir. Forgive me, I don't understand all the dynamics there, but I suspect this is where we get stuck at. And thanks to All Lives website and the super stoned fishy, we're here. Where your primary responsibility is? Yes. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And how long have you been on that unit? Going on 5 years. All right. Is there any more secure unit in all of Westville Correctional Facility than the unit you work on? I'm not sure. There's probably another lockup unit somewhere, but have you ever visited the rest of the facility? The rest of the facility? Yeah, Westville. Facilities or just my facility? Let me make sure I asked the question correct. Is there in the Westville Correctional Facility as a whole, is there another unit that's way more secure than the one you work on? No. Okay. Oh, okay. Are you aware of any other unit in that state that's really any more secure than the one you work on? Maybe a couple. Okay. Have you worked at those? Nope. All right. And are you basically in charge of the unit as it, at least during the day shift? Yes. Okay. I'm assuming there's another captain that may work in the evening. Yes. Okay. And is it fair to say that your unit is kind of located at the back of the property and it's kind of its own separate facility? Correct. Yes. And in fact, to get there, you got to go through the front gate, right? The main front gate where everybody goes to visit. Is that right? Yes. And then you have to be transported by a vehicle and then go through 2 more gates and then into your facility? Yes. Okay. What is the purpose of your unit? To house incarcerated offenders that are disciplinary problems. I'm sorry? To house? I just can't hear you very well. To house. I know you're soft-spoken. I'm sorry. To house all types of prisoners that have disciplinary problems. They could be safekeepings. They could be anyone, anywhere. They send them throughout the state that there's a problem or not a problem. Well, I really can't identify what the problem is when they send them there. I just know they're in my facility, and that's it. Okay. I try not to look at that. Alrighty. In the time that you've been there, have you ever housed an inmate that I would refer to as a pretrial detainee? Somebody that's not been convicted of a crime and awaiting trial? Since I've been there? Yes. No. This is the first, right? Yes. Mr. Allen's situation? Yes. And you see how he's restrained today, right? Yes. I mean, you're familiar with his restraint circumstance. Is that fair? Yes. And is this how he's restrained all the time whenever he's out of his cell? No. Oh, so he leaves his cell under different circumstances? Yes. It's not the same kind of restraint. It's not the same type of restraint. That isn't how he's restrained. He's similar, but not the same. Okay. Is it fair to say that this is what he looks like when he meets with us? Does he have a black box on? He has a black box on. Yes. Okay. Leg shackles, black box. Yeah. Body, belly chain, I think they call them. Yes. Now, just to be clear, I know the judge knows this, but we're making a record. There's thousands of other inmates in the Westville Correctional Facility, right? Well, other than Mr. Allen, I work in a different facility. We only got 255 offenders max unit. Okay. So yeah, we got the whole Westville probably holds around 2,500 to 3,000 people. Ooh, almost as many as the population in all of Delphi. Right. There's a fence that essentially separates your building from the other buildings in Westville? Yes. But all within the same perimeter? Yes. And do any of those other thousands of inmates, to the best of your knowledge, move around the facility looking like he does and restrained like he is? Okay, so the circumstances are a little different. Like, so when are you talking about when they come out of my facility and go somewhere else? Let me just give you a hypothetical, okay? When John Smith, who's been housed on the other side of the fence, goes to visit with his wife in the visitation, is he shackled like this? No. Okay. Is that part of the protocol for any of the other inmates that are on the other side of your fence when they go to visit? So here's the deal. Like I know what they do over there. They don't, when offenders goes to the visiting room, no, they're not restrained. But for my unit, if they go to the visiting room, they're restrained like that. This guy's pretty eloquent. Okay. And so he's not treated the same as other offenders that are outside of your maximum security unit. Is that an accurate statement? That would be an accurate statement. Do you acknowledge that he always has leg shackles on when we meet with him, right? Yes. And handcuffs? Do you call these box cuffs? No, that's called, what do you call these handcuffs? They're called handcuffs. Okay. But they have a box on them. They're different than others, right? Yes. He's all bound up in these chains, right? Yes. Belly chains? Is that what you call the chain that goes around his waistline? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then I saw the other day he had a leash on him. What's the purpose of the leash? In the max control unit, if they escort them everywhere, that the leash is called a lead. A lead? A lead. L-E-A-D? L-E-A-D? A lead? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Like you would have on a horse or something. I don't know what's on a horse, but okay. That's what we carry. All right. Do you acknowledge in this particular circumstance that there was a time frame where you were videotaping, your staff was videotaping our meetings with our client? I do recall. And have you ever ordered your staff to videotape a meeting with any other inmates in that facility? Have I ever done it? Nope. Have you ever directed your staff members to videotape any other inmates in that facility when they're meeting with their wives? No. No other offender meets with anybody with their lawyers in my facility. I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up? No, we don't. No other incarcerated individual meets with their lawyers inside my facility. Do you believe that anybody that's outside of your walls? all these other thousands of inmates are being videotaped when they're meeting with their lawyers based on what you know about the prison setting? Based on what I know, it's just a feeling here. I don't know. I'm not sure. No, probably not. Do you acknowledge that there are other inmates, that the other inmates in the facility have opportunities to visit family members in the visitation area? Yeah, I mean, they visit. We just had a visit about a week ago with Rick. Is 2 weeks? Is that right? 2 weeks ago, maybe. Yes, maybe. I'm not sure. Yes. Okay. You were there, right? Yes, I was there, but I got a lot of things going on, you know? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Do you acknowledge that that visit was different because it was set up and his wife was a part of that? Yes, it was different. And you essentially, the visit occurred in a different area of the prison, right? Correct. Which 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 is what I assume is the normal visitation area for most people. You talked about where you at. No, sorry. You talked about where you at. Yeah. Well, I'm saying that. So Rozzi says, which is that? Wait. The visit occurred. So it occurred in a different area. He said, yeah, which is that? Which is what I assume is the normal visitation area for most people. You talked about where you at? Yeah. Yes. And you acknowledge that it was different because the room was totally empty? Yes. And there were guards that were essentially positioned next to him, one right within arm's reach of him, right? Correct. And that was part of your protocol. Typical protocol. Yeah, or not. Well, I don't know if it was part of the protocol, but he is different. I mean, I don't know how different and in what way, but I don't know what the circumstances would be. But yes, it was a different visit for him. Yes, if you want to say that. One of the things that caught my eye was he had to change clothes or something. Or, well, all visitors, all incarcerated visitors that visit have to change their clothes. That wasn't different. That part wasn't different. Okay, so they walked him into a room and he changed his clothes, and that's part of the protocol. That's part of it. All right. Where were you there when he asked for water? No, no. Okay. Is there any reasons why he shouldn't be able to get a drink of water in that facility? For who? For Rick. I'm not aware of the rules that's in the visiting room. All I do is man the Westville Correctional Facility. Westville Correctional Maximum Security Unit. Okay. But you've been in the room, right? Where? In the visit room. I've been in there before. You were in there with us. Yes, I walked in. There's a water fountain right against the wall, isn't there? For visitors. And a bunch of vending machines? Correct. Do you recognize the word companion? Yes. Do you have a program at the prison that's called the companion program? Yes. And is it that program one that you institute or you use, I should say, in the maximum security unit? Yes. And you agree that basically you're posting an inmate, somebody from the facility, outside of the door of the detainee in the case, Mr. Allen? Yes. And do you agree that is it accurate to say that that program is in place because of staffing shortages and monetary challenges and things of that nature in the prison? I'm not sure about that. Okay. So I'm gonna take a quick break, okay, guys? And I'm just gonna grab a drink, and if you guys are okay, I really, really have to go to the washroom. So I will be really quick. And even though Nicole's not here, I will wash my hands. I won't scrub them, but I will give them a quick wash, because that's really important. So I will be right back within a minute, maybe two. So talk amongst yourselves. If you have to go, you can go, But if you have to stay, if you can stay, I would really, really like that. And if I'm feeling still good, maybe I'll even read more after this. Stay tuned. You'll be so excited. Stay tuned. Thanks. And we're back. Thank you very much. 24 crazy people, 23, they're dropping like flies. I will continue reading after I check the comments. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Sorry, guys. Thank you very much for being patient and sticking with me. And your jam, brother. Who hasn't been up for a while? Let's see. Let's do the jam. I like my jam. It's short, sweet, succinct, to the point. My jam. My jam is your jam, and your jam is my jam. Like the door jam and peanut butter and jam. Let's do this. Okay. Continuing on, direct examination, Captain Gary Lewis. Questions are being asked by Mr. Rozzi. And Captain Gary Lewis is the maximum security guy who watches like the maximum security wing of Westville Correctional Facility. Okay, so does excuse me, Has Mr. Allen had a companion assigned to him since he's been in your facility? He has, but it's switched to an officer. Okay, so it's changed. Yes. All right. But at one point he had inmates that were sitting outside of his cell, right? Correct. Basically, and forgive me, I've not seen this, but my impression is that there's somebody posted essentially out at his cell door to watch him. Correct. And whose people communicate with each other? Correct. And they're not directly supervised by other officers? What people communicate? The companion communicates with Mr. Allen. They're just supposed to monitor any incarcerated offender that he's watching. Okay. But they can communicate. They're not supposed to talk. All right. But they do talk, don't they? I don't know if they talk or not. If I see him talking, he's fired. I couldn't hear you. If I see them talk, if the officer would have seen him talking to whoever he's supposed to be watching, he's supposed to be relieved of his job right there. Okay. Do you think there's ever been conversations between those inmates and the companions ever in your prison? I'm not sure. I don't sit there and watch them. Okay. Far away are they for so okay. How far away are they for the two bodies when that circumstance is occurring? From where he's sitting in front of the door to okay. Oh, sorry, yeah. If he was standing at the door, how far would he be from the companion? Maybe a foot or 2 feet. Close enough to have a conversation. I mean, we're close enough to have a conversation. Right. But that would be close enough, 1 or 2 feet. Yes. To have a conversation. Mm-hmm. Yes. And your staff can't monitor everything that's going on there, can it? It's impossible to monitor everything that goes on. I don't have any further questions. Mr. McClelland? Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, no. Questions by... Now, Mr. McClelland's going to cross-examine the same guy, Mr. Captain Gary Lewis, being questioned by Mr. Bossman McClelland. All righty? And away we go. Captain Lewis, during the time that Mr. Allen's been on your unit, have you treated him differently than other people in your unit? No. Everyone's basically treated the same as far as the conditions. We don't treat anybody different. 1 second. Get a quick drink before I go. And we're back. And V's back. Hello. Oh, Farmer leaving? Good night, Farmer, if you're leaving. Good night, buddy. Thanks for being here. And time to put on some UFO stories and pass out. Good night, y'all. This fly has dropped. So let's say good night to Farmer. You'll be on the screen for a few more minutes. And time to put on some UFO stories and pass out. Good night, y'all. All right. Thanks for being here, bud. You were here a long time. Hope to see you again, and we'll check you out later on. I've been watching everybody's replays, so awesome. Thank you. And hello, V. I want this whole chat deleted off the internet. I sound like an idiot the whole time. Alas, I have to live with it. Oh, yeah. Well, Farmer, sorry, but V, just in case she deletes this comment, now she can, and it will still be on Live Forever because it's on the screen of the video and it's on the little chat thing inside. So just in case she deletes it, she says, V, welcome back, V, if you were just listening or you're just returning or you were here the whole time and I didn't see you. V says, I want this whole chat deleted off the internet. I sound like an idiot the whole time. Alas, I'll have to live with it. And it's going to live forever, girl. It's going to live forever. It's on video now. Thank you very much. 17 people still here. Before I lose any more, I will continue. Oops. Thanks, Shibby. You're a real one. Thank you, girl. Girl, you know it's true. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I love you. Guys remember Milli Vanilli? Don't know why I sang that, but they were funny. They were good until I found out they were fake. You're blaming it on the rain. Yeah. Actually, that was a funny video on YouTube. The Milli Vanilli guy. Remember how they were caught? What is that called again? Lip syncing, and they won like all those Grammys. They were lip syncing. The one guy a couple years ago actually tried to sing the songs, and I didn't see it, but I'm gonna go look for it after this. One of the Milli Vanilli guys that was caught lip syncing and majorly in like the 90s. They won like Grammy records and all this, but they literally did not sing even a sound. There was no auto tune. It was a totally different people singing their music. Like it was completely fake. I don't know if you remember Milli Vanilli. There was two dudes, light-skinned black dudes with like super long braided hairs. They were great dancers. They were handsome guys, in good shape and all that. And it was a total fraud. Anyway, not sure why I went into that, but let's do this. Oh, you know what? Just to spare V, let's put this up there. There you go. I gotta wait for my thing to disappear. Wait. Thanks, Shibby. You're a real one. Oh, you're right. Okay, where were we? So let's go back here because it was a continuation. So, again, real quickly, cross-examination of Captain Gary Lewis by Mr. McClelland. This is from the 2023 June 15th safekeeping hearing where Judge Gull and the state of Indiana wanted to keep Richard Allen safe. Yes, by torturing the fuck out of him and complaining that he's faking illnesses, yet force-feeding him Haldol injections and letting inmates scream baby killer all night and fucking leaving the lights on 24/7 and a whole bunch of other shit I just can't think of right now. Safekeeping by the state of Indiana. Captain Lewis, during that time that Mr. Allen's been on your unit, have you treated him differently than other people on your unit? No, everyone's basically treated the same. As far as the condition, we don't treat anybody differently. Nope. Have you treated Mr. Allen harsher compared to the other people that are on that unit? No, sir. Has Mr. Allen been placed in a cell that is, for lack of better words, worse than the other cells? No, sir. And so everybody on your unit is treated equally? Equal. And are they all given the same amount of rec time? Yes, sir. Are they all given the same access to commissary? Yes, sir. Are they all given the same access to clothing? Yes, sir. The same access to shower time, right? Correct? Yep. All the cells in your unit are identical? Yes. And the way that they're set up with the bed, the toilet, everything that's in the cell, identical. Okay. Have you personally mistreated Mr. Allen? Like as if he's going to fucking answer that here, yeah? Allen in any way different from the other inmates in your unit? No. I don't have any other questions. Judge. Mr. Rozzi? Now, Rozzi's back up. Do you have any other pretrial detainees right now in that unit in pretrial? No, none that I know. Tell the judge what kind of people are housed in your unit. What kind of convictions are normal for people that are housed in your unit? I'm going to withdraw that question. I'm going to get right to the meat of the matter. You have murderers in there. Yes, sir. Child molesters. Yes, sir. Basically the worst of the worst in society. Yes, sir. Do you recall me asking to see his cell at one point when I visited with your staff, with you at your facility? Mm-hmm. And what was the response from the Department of Corrections? Through you. I understand that. Through me, it was no. Okay. And I don't have any further questions. Mr. McClellan. Oh, Rozzi jumps back in. Hold on one second. And the court's like, oh. So Rozzi has a quick question. Is there a detainee or an inmate on your unit right now by the name of Robert Baston? Yes. Nothing further. Mr. McClellan. Sorry, Mr. McClellan. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. All right. Thank you, Captain. You may step down. Thank you. One more witness, Your Honor. Okay. Ooh. You guys ready for this? So this is on page. I can't see the page numbers. Why can't I see? Oh, what am I doing here? Oh, it's down at the bottom. It disappears. Oh, this is going to end. So, do you want this? Are you guys into this? I guess I can go do the same thing and find this guy, right? Direct examination of Sheriff Edward Schroeder. Let's see. And we're looking for page 2, volume 2, page 152. You guys into this, or you guys want to quit? Let me see. 19 people here. Oh, damn. Not many comments, but it is 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, and I am working till 7 a.m. So I have lots of time. Does anybody want me to read on more? Only 3 hours and 45 minutes, and I have at least 4 more hours of hard work to do. I have 2 businesses, and I'm my own boss for both, so I have a pretty flexible schedule, if you can see that. Let's see this. How about I will look for it? If not, I should be keeping track of these people, of what I've been reading and that, but I won't. I'll come back and I'll watch this because I've been going through my old videos and time stamping them. Because I'm afraid that, say, if I shut this down now, let's say it says 18 people, but let's say there's 10 people that are sleeping, right? But they left their iPads open or their browser, and if I shut this down and start a new one, then I might not get them back, right? So I'm not going to shut her down if I'm going to keep reading, because I have a feeling it says 18 people. I'm 1, so that's 17. There's Habby and V are in chat. Farmer left. Nobody's commenting. So I'm picturing at least 10 people snoring away right now, slobbering on their iPhone screens. Okay. Direct examination of Sheriff Edward Scissorhands Schroeder. So let's do this. So where did I got to remember. So I went into the testimonies. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, this is where I saw it. Tobe Leazenby. The hearing. Max Baker. Sheriff Edward Scissorhands Schroeder's. Right here. Come on down, brother. You're the next. I got to double click. Ooh. 23 pages. Oh boy. So excited. You guys ready? You into this? Making money. What's that mean? So, yeah, kind of. I honestly own my own RC car business, but I'm not really doing much when I'm on here, what I'm supposed to be doing with that. But I do it all day long. Like I do it basically every waking hour because I love it so much. And if I can, usually making money at it, but I mean, if I weren't, I would still be doing it anyways. But I'm also doing like a security gig with my next door neighbor and his construction site, and it's pretty lucrative. And he's paying my electricity bill because I'm letting him borrow a couple of my 2 of my outdoor socket circuits, the whole circuits, 20 amp circuits. So he's paying my whole electricity bill every month for the next year at least, because the construction site, to have the hydro, which we call electricity up here, we have our hydro come out to hook it up just for the electric for the construction site. It's like $8,000. So he said, hey, I'll pay you. I'll pay your whole bill every month if you let me use a couple circuits on it. Fuck yeah. So it's always cool. Now, I don't even have to look for this. Okay. So 19 people here. One of them's my alt account. 18 people are here. 10 of them are probably sleeping. So we got 8 people, 8 lovely people here. Thanks for being here. And who's on screen? Steve's on screen. And Hebby's here. And let's give Hebby the comment. Ha ha. H-A-H-A-A-A-A by Hebby. Let's do this, Hebby. Just you and I here, girl. So, I guess we'll figure out who this guy is. It's probably one of the lower officers. Oh, sheriff, right. Duh, says it right here. So, direct examination of Sheriff Edward Scissorhand Schroeder by... well, we'll have to see who's going to ask the questions. This is, again, the June 15th, 2023 Safekeeping hearing, where the state of Indiana was keeping Richard Allen safe from the boogeyman. The court, Mr. McClelland, hold on one second. So he asked him about, or Rozzi jumped in, and is there a detainee or an inmate on your unit right now by the name of Robert Baston? And Robert Baston is the guy who I think overheard some stuff and witnessed Richard's detainee treatment and wrote a bunch of shitload of letters, even though I think he's a less than honorable guy himself. But I believe he did take a chance. He was at risk, tried to speak out against his treatment. Although I'm pretty sure he was charged with some pretty shitty stuff too. But I'm not sure if that matters because, it matters. But if he comes with the receipts and helps the defense go and pull, video and times and specifics, I guess, he's doing something good considering. I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm not even sure. I'm sure he's in there for some awful things. And he wrote that huge letter and stuff too, but whatever. Anyways, so is there a detainee or an inmate on your unit right now by the name of Robert Baston? Yes. Nothing further. Mr. McClelland, I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Captain. You may step down. Thank you. Oh, one more witness, Your Honor. Okay. The witness is sworn in. Direct examination of Sheriff Edward Scissorhand Schroeder by Mr. Brad Rozzi. What's your name? Edward Schroeder. And Sheriff, tell the judge where you are employed. I'm currently the sheriff of Cass County, Indiana. Oh, hello. Good call. I just saw Abby type that in. Sheridan Tibbetts, welcome. Hey, new subscriber here. Well, welcome. If see that Heather Brown right there? She's the queen, main mod. She holds all the power in this. So if you make her smile, you can stay. Oh, if you don't piss her off, she won't body slam you. She's like 3 foot 25 inches, and she weighs about 115 pounds. So I have a feeling you're a cool person. I can just tell by the little emoji thing you wrote. And welcome to the channel. If you're new to this, did you know what we're reading? You want to know? It's are you familiar with Delphi? It's this is the third person, Sheriff Edward Schroeder, being directly questioned by Mr. Brad Rozzi, one of the defense attorneys for Richard Allen, and this is from the 2023 June 15th safekeeping hearing, where they were, Judge Gall they're having a hearing to see if they can put Richard Allen, into the safekeeping, if that makes sense. So, what's your name? Edward Schroeder. And Sheriff, tell the judge where you're employed. I'm currently Sheriff of Cass County, Indiana. Okay. And just to kind of get through some of the technicalities here, you were a state trooper for, I don't know, a long time, right? 30 years? Yes, sir. I retired from the state police after 31 years as a major. Okay. And so you were in charge of at least one post, if not others? Yes, sir. I'm going to take a quick drink. And hey, Mimi, what's up? Welcome. 1 second, guys. Taking a quick drink. Sorry. And we're back. So let's welcome Shirdan Tidbits. Welcome. Hi, new subscriber here. Oh, I'll get to highlight that. And Mimi's here. Hey, and did I miss anybody? If you're still here, or maybe Fishy's in the bathtub right now, sucking on that vape with a candle on, listening to the sweet sounds of bedtime stories with Shibby. And Yotan has showed up. Ja, good morning, guys and girls. Anarch 00141. That's Ja, J-A, or Yotan. Welcome, brother. He's on the other side of the pond, way over there in that crazy place called the United Kingdom. And away we go. Yotan, we're still, if you're curious, sorry guys, we're reading from the oh, good night, Fishy. If you're leaving, good night, Fishy. Thanks for being here, and thanks for helping me out and saving this with the All Eyes link. And hope to see you back. Have a good night, Fishy. Sleep well. All right, guys. So what I was saying is we're just reading some stuff from the 2023 Safekeeping hearing on June 15th for Richard Allen. Sheriff Edward Schroeder. And who's asking again? Sorry. By Mr. Rozzi. Okay. About 350 people. What are you asking? All right. And is it fair to say, well, just tell the judge real quick, what are your general responsibilities in Cass County as the sheriff? As a sheriff, I believe my duties are serve the courts as well as general law enforcement and chief administrator of the Cass County Detention Jail Facility. And tell the judge, just as we sit here today, kind of what the size of your jail facility is and how many people you house, maybe. Oh, Your Honor, we just finished a remodeling addition and added approximately 150 beds. Our facility was 220, but in the year 2000, now our 80% capacity is near 309 offenders. So you had 220 beds, you add 120 more. Yes, sir. Okay. And how far is your jail from here in Carroll County, right? Roughly? Approximately 30 minutes. And is this a modern facility? Basically, the most modern jail facility in the state? I don't know if it's the most modern in the state. It's the current technology for video conferencing as well as video cameras. So it's the newer technology. Yes. Okay. And do you have the ability to house violent offenders? Yes, sir. That's what jails do. Do you do that routinely? I would believe so. Oh, cool. Oh, you know us from Prof, and you're in Canada. Welcome, brother. I'm in Canada too. Awesome. Well, Shirdan Tidbits, welcome and enjoy yourself. And good night to Fishy. And V, Abby thinks it's a guy thing. What do you think is a guy thing? Ooh. What's a guy thing? I want to know, Heather. It's so mystifying. I've never seen or heard anything like it. What are you girls talking about? Is Shibby okay? Like, why does he need to drink so often? I'm actually being serious. What do you mean? I'm fucking making these crazy voices for 3 hours straight. I'm not taking any breaks. Because all these other people you listen to, they cheat and they do the questions and answers with another person. So they're all muting their microphones and sipping away like I am. Man, are you serious, V? Oh, V, you're just teasing. It's not a guy thing. It's a me entertaining you guys thing. Oh, you guys, Habby, when you come up here, I can't wait to hear your cool voices and all of that. You'll be drinking like a. I don't drink like this normally. I'm doing it to soothe my throat. Come on, guys. This is the bedtime stories with Shibby. You hear this voice? I've literally been doing this gruff voice for like 5 to 7 hours in the last 10 things I've done. So I need to drink. So that's why I'm not mad. But I don't have any health problems. I'm perfectly healthy 52-year-old grandpa with short bangs and a muffin top. Now, away we go. Ooh, let me take a drink for V, and I'm not going to mute, too. I have this huge Stanley cup with 50% watered down juice, and it's full of ice cubes, so it's basically just colored water. But it's super cold, and it's soothing my throat for V. Here we go. Do you house individuals, actually, for the Department of Corrections? Not in the essence that we hold them for them. We hold them while they're waiting transfer to the Department of Corrections after they have been sentenced. Okay. So yes, we would have, in that sense, we would have them. And some of those, is it fair to say, some of those people are held for long periods of time? Yes. I mean, we're not just talking days, it'd be months. Correct. Okay. So do you house offenders from other counties? Currently, we do not have any from other counties, but we have memorandums of understanding for other facilities. Okay. And so it's normal for that to happen over the course of your. Has it been normal for that to happen over the course of your time as a sheriff? Justin, I screwed up. So, okay. And so is it normal for that to happen over the course of your, has it been normal for that to happen over the course of your time as a sheriff? Just in the last year since we've completed our construction project. Okay, let me make sure I'm asking the question right. Is it normal for you to have more inmates from your facility to other country facilities back and forth based on needs and space and things like that? Oh, also V, I've been on here for 4 hours and I haven't had a single thing to eat. Last thing I had was my smoothie at like what time? Was it 11 o'clock I started? I drank a smoothie and I haven't ate anything. So I'm just sipping away on water here. Trying not to die. If that helps. And let's see. Let's put Happy back up. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Anybody new? Well, sorry, I didn't mean to take a break there, but drink on the mic then, Shibby. We want to hear it. I do. You really? You like me? Okay. I just, I want to, like I pause it. Like I mute it because I don't want to gross you guys out. I mean, I could, but I'm really close. I got this new microphone, so I'm sure it's going to pick up everything. Like I'm basically touching it. That's my lips. All right. Sorry, guys. So Big Heart by Hebby. And away we go. Okay. And so it's normal for that to happen over the course of your. Has it been normal for that to happen over the course of your time as a sheriff? Just in the last year since we've completed our construction project. Okay. Let me make sure I'm asking the question right. Is it normal for you to have more inmates from your facility, move inmates from your facility to other county facilities back and forth based on needs and space and things like that? Yes. Basically, everybody helps everybody out. Correct. Yes. And what are your current capabilities in terms of segregating any particular inmate if that needs to happen? It would really depend on the segregation needed. We have administrative segregation as well as disciplinary segregation. We have padded cells for mental health crisis, and as well as we don't have any individuals cells but we have dual people calls, dual person, dual male, dual female cells. Okay, you frankly gave me a little bit. Sorry, you frankly gave me a little bit of a tour. I should say a tour through your prison a week or two ago. Is that right? Yes, sir. And did it by video. Is that fair to say? Yes. Are you in a circumstance in your facility where you could house somebody like, let's say, Rick Allen, who is maybe there's a heightened sense of security around that with some reasonable comfort that he's going to be safe? I believe housing wise, yes. I believe the other administrative things go along with that. The media request, the public information request would be a burden for the staff. But yes, I believe we could house him. So, in terms of his actual physical safety, that's something that you could do if you were asked to do it. Correct. I mean, is that the business you were in, basically? Housing people and keeping them safe? Yes, sir, it is. Let's just talk generally about I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Let's say that Mr. Allen was housed in your jail and I wanted to visit with him. Tell the judge how long it would take me to come over and see Mr. Allen, just in raw time, if you could estimate. That was a question. And it continues. I guess, is there an answer that I missed? No. Is that if you're already at our facility, if you walk from your office? No, if I'm in my office, it would be a half a block walk to our central control. I have a feeling they screwed up here. Yeah, because it goes into question here. So I have a feeling this is him talking. So let's try that again and see if we can get it right. So he asks him all this, and here, I bet you it's the answer. And I bet you is that if you're already at our facility, or if you walk from your office. So this is Rozzi, and then he's saying, no, I'm in my office. And I think this is a continuation of that, probably, because it would be a half a block walk to our central control. He would talk to our central control operator. So this is definitely the guy. Tell us who he's there to see. We would have the inmate moved, and then we would put Mr. Rozzi in an attorney room. It's not face to face, it's through glass. And then we would have the inmate moved to him. And I would say in the best case scenario is 50 minutes. And we're back to normal. Okay. So is it basically me just walking around the block and opening one door? Yes, sir. And essentially there's some meeting rooms, and I just walk in one of those rooms and he's brought up. Yes, sir. If you were to move him, when you move inmates from their cell locations to visit with their lawyers, do they walk freely under their own free will? If we don't have them in administrative or disciplinary segregation, yes. Okay. So in other words, if they've threatened an officer or beat up on another inmate or something, you got to kind of tighten up, right? That's correct. But in a case where if I were just meeting with a client, they just walk freely, they're not shackled, or are they? No, we do not normally within the facility shackle or handcuff offenders or inmates unless there's some reason to do that. Okay. Is there any requirement for me to make advanced reservations? Let's say a day in advance or hours in advance for me to come and see a client. No, sir. We honor requests typically from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. for both the prosecution and defense attorneys. Let's talk about video cameras. Do you have video cameras in your facility? Approximately 150, yes. And did you actually show me some of those cameras and kind of what that looks like from your end in terms of what you can supervise and monitor a few weeks ago? Yes, sir. All right. Did the visitation rooms have cameras in them? They do, yes. Tell the judge where they are located. In the upper, so if the attorney's sitting across, it'd be in the upper left-hand corner in the ceiling. All right. And is there any way for you as a sheriff or a supervisor of these inmates to hear or interpret what's going on between the attorneys and client based on what you can get video access? No, sir. We could never overlisten that. That would be wrong. We're good here. Based on the based on the video access, it's a single dome camera that doesn't have the ability to tilt, pan, or zoom. So we have, and there's no audio capability in those rooms as well. Basically, it just shows the back of their head, shows the back of the heads of the inmate and see the attorney through glass, right? Correct. If you were to solitarily detain anyone, whether it be Mr. Allen or someone else, would they have the ability to shower daily? Yes, sir. Would they have the ability to obtain discovery from their lawyers and, view that without any kind of burden? We do not do electronic media, but we allow legal mail and correspondence through written documents, through paper. So if I brought a pack of discovery in there and handed it to your jail staff, they would give it to him. Once they searched it to make sure, remove the staples and paper clips, and then just thumb through it to make sure there's no other contraband? Yes. And they just hand it to him? Correct. Are the attorneys that visit the Cass County Jail that are allowed to bring computers in there? Yes. And phones? Yes. And is the visitation room essentially set up so that those things can happen with some convenience? Yes. The attorney and client or the offender inmate are separated by ballistic glass there's a technical term, but I'll call it the old theater speaker so that you can communicate back and forth. Okay. And in fact, you can even share documents in that. Yes. House, right? If they're paper. Ooh. Right there in the housing facility situation. Yes, sir. It will accept. Oh, sorry. Starting fresh. Right there in the housing facility situation. Yes, sir. It will accept up to 3 pieces at a time. Okay. Did you receive a call from me several months ago about trying to make some arrangements to get Mr. Allen to your jail? Yes, sir. And essentially, is it fair to say that you were willing to do that if the court signed an order directing you to do it? Correct. I think the exact phrasing used, I really don't want him. I don't need the extra heartache, the stress, and the litigation liability, as well as the media inquiries, as well as public record requests. But if so ordered by the court, that's the business I'm in. And yes, we would do our best. 1 second. I will not mute. This is for V. You ready? Is V here still? V, are you ready? Taking a sippy sip. I'm drinking from a straw. Big, huge Stanley cup full of ice and water juice. Ready? See, but usually I like to mute also because I like to kind of clear my throat, and I definitely. So 1 second. And we're back. See? So I'll drink on air if you really want for V. And Yotan's in the house. What's up, brother? How's everything? Oh, no, it's not for you. It's me. Yeah, I know it's not you guys. I do it for me because I don't know. I know people probably won't mind, but I'm a professional. What is that called again? A professional creator. Look at me creating all of this by reading documents. So as a professional creator, I think I mute. So, I know I could, but I won't because I'm thoughtful and courteous. Anybody else show up? Sherdon still here, brother? Your sister, or I'm guessing Sherdon's a guy. Doesn't matter. Everyone's welcome here. And I will. Hebby, you're still up, eh? Wow. Did you have a nap or something today? That's good. You never up this late. Abby, did you have yourself a long nap or something? Or something just crashed. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh shit. Ooh, something just crashed. Like everything disappeared, but came back. I don't know if that'll show up on the screen. Everything's fine. Okay. Hebby, did you have like a nap or something? Or are you drinking coffee again, Hebs? It's like 3:30 a.m. my time in the east, so it's 2:30 central where you are, darling. And well, it's not that late, I guess, actually. But you seem pretty pumped. So I'm sure you got into that Red Pill or something again. I can feel it. Those steroids to help you with that, because you kicked cancer's ass, and you're chugging Red Bulls or coffee. I bet. Answer me this, Abby. What have you been drinking? Red Bull or coffee? Or chocolate, eating chocolates or something. Feel you're pumped right now. I love it. Heather Brown, downtown, rocking around. And she knows Leroy the clown. Oh, she's bad. Yeah, she's related to Leroy the clown, right? And away we go. Sorry. 20 people. Let's do this. For Hyper Hebs, the Red Bull gave her wings, I bet. One time she drank a Red Bull too fast, and she almost had to go to the emergency room. Remember that, Hebs? All right. And I came to you. Sorry. And I came to you up front and asked you about that in advance, right? Correct. Yes. Did you see what I reported to the court in my pleadings? I read part of it, but I don't think I've read. Whew. Stuff in your face. What are you eating, Yotan? Hebby's hanging on by a thread. And Yotan's stuffing his face. And I'm actually pretty good. I could eat, but I mean, it's actually good because I don't need to eat too much, you know. So I kind of forget about eating when I'm doing this, so it's good because I'll just snack on some fruit and stuff afterwards. I love eating fruit. Did you see her? I read part of it, but I don't think I've read. Okay. The entire argument. Okay. Do you believe that your jail, whether you want? Oops. Oh, sorry. Okay. Do you believe that your jail, whether you want to or not, do you think your jail is well suited to handle these kind of circumstances? Yes, sir. I think the modern jail we have, like probably 80% of the facilities in the state, would be accessible and capable of this type of custody. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Mr. McClelland. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. McClelland's back up with some really, really exciting questions, I'm sure. Sheriff Schroeder, good morning. I've never met you face to face. I know we talked on the phone, but yes, sir. Welcome. I want to talk specifically about Richard Allen. If the court does order you to house him, what kind of cell is he going to be in? Would depend on his classification as well as a mental state and worried about liability and litigation. But more than likely would be a 2-person cell, probably in our extra intake area. It's approximately 12 feet by 7 feet, 2 steel bunks, the stainless steel toilet, and a small desk. Would there be another inmate housed with him in that cell? Not initially. I would not do that initially, no. When does the cell have a video camera on it or in it? Yes, sir. And is this surveilled 24 hours a day? It's supposed to be. Supposed to be? Huh? What the fuck you talking about? Yes, sir. Fair enough. I really didn't care. Just wanted you to correct that because there's people here watching that might care. The bed's in. Well, let me back up. Initially, he'd been placed in that cell. If he's evaluated and found to be suicidal, would he be moved to a different cell? Possibly, yes. Tell me about that cell. Tell me about the cell that you house people in that make suicidal threats or that you deem to be suicidal. Typical. We're in the process. The last phase of remodeling is we have a mental health area that's not open yet. It has the same type of cell, but would allow some more movement. But right now, our current stance is that everyone who has those ideation ideations ends up in our padded cells with what we call a suicide blanket, what is essentially a mover's blanket that is a ripstop with Velcro, so that we can provide modesty but yet remove anything that would cause the ability to choke or strangle yourself. Sure. Is there a bed in that cell? No, sir. It's just, I assume it's like our padded cell. It's just a big room and it's padded on all four walls? Yes, sir. It's a wrestling mat type of material. That has an epoxy paint on the walls and doors and floor. And if Mr. Allen's housed in your facility, are you going to allow him to walk from his cell to the visitation room unshackled? Until we couldn't, unless there's some security threat or some suicidal mental health ideation, then that's within our security facility because there are 3 layers of security. So we are not as concerned with about the movement within the facility. On the opposite side of that, if he's determined to be suicidal or a problem, what would be the protocol for moving him from the cell to the visitation? We would not allow visitation with attorneys until the medical staff deemed him as not suicidal. How often do you have... Oh, sorry, that was McClellan. How often do you have medical staff on hand? We have contract with Quality Correctional Care, and we have medical staff on site from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so 12 hours a day. If something happens after that time, would Mr. Allen just have to wait until the next day to see medical staff? If it's psychiatric, possibly. If it's medical, it would be outside of medical emergency where you had to call the EMTs or whatever it is. But if something happens outside that range, does he just have to wait until the next day to be seen? Yes. Okay. And you talked about the shower time. Would he have rec time? We try to accommodate that. Yes. Can you tell me about what kind of rec time he would have? Based on if he's in administration segregation or they're locked in 23 hours a day. We provide the 1 hour a day. We have 3 separate recreation areas that we provide ability to get out and walk, do large muscle exercises, as well as a large overhead door to create an outdoor air movement environment. Sure. Talked about the attorney-client visitation. If Mr. Allen's housed in your facility, is he going to be able to have face-to-face family visitation? No, sir. What kind of visitation will he be able to have? We use a third-party vendor. Our system's currently contracted with Home WAV. And we have kiosks or tablet, iPad type devices that they can use for educational as well as communication purposes. Would Mr. Allen be allowed to take that tablet into his cell? He could, yes. And would he be able to make phone calls from that tablet? There is the ability to make calls, but not video calls. So it may simply be a telephone call, but not video. What about to send? Here in our county, we call them chirps, but they're texts. They call texting chirping? Huh. What about the ability to send text messages to people? Yes, that capability exists, yes. And during this lunchtime, rec time, those times he's out of his cell, would he have interaction with other inmates in your facility? It would be minimal, maybe. It would be minimal. Maybe passing in the hallway or in the secure area of intake, but not generally is what I would speculate or our stance would be. Sorry. Sure, this is kind of a hypothetical. I understand he has to go through the intake process and those things, but with what you know now, if you were to house Richard Allen, would he be eating lunch with all the other inmates during the regular lunch hour? No, sir. Okay. Talked about the medical staff. Do you have any mental health staff that's available on your payroll? We do not have full-time mental health capabilities. We have an agreement approximately 4 hours a week with 4 county, or this is now 4C mental health at our Logansport, as well as every other week with our medical provider. They either have someone come on site, or it's a telehealth type visit. Okay. So 4 hours a week between the two organizations, or some kind of telephone conference with a partner that you're working with. Yes. Okay. That would be very close. Yes. Now, 1 second. Going to take a drink for V. Is V not here? I haven't seen V typing, so I'm going to mute this. Yeah, it's just you and Hebby. Oh, you leaving Hebs? Oh, Yotan, Hebby's checking out. Good night, Hebs. Thanks for being here. I'm probably going to finish up after this anyway, so I won't be on very much longer, I don't see. Unless a horde of people come in and command that I stay on air. We're down to 18 people. So Hebby's leaving. Yotan's going to be typing to himself in chat, I feel, which is fine. There you go. That's uncanny, Shibby. Ha, ha, ha. So good night, Hebs. Thanks for being here. I don't want to be too loud because I'll probably wake up the other 10 people that are sleeping. And if there's anyone else still listening, come talk to Yotan in chat. He's going to be talking to himself pretty much if I start reading again. Oh, Mimi's still here. Oh, there you go, Yotan. Mimi's going to take your place. So it's Night Heather and Yotan and Mimi are going to light up chat. And I'm going to continue reading. And Josh is still here, but I've got to get, he's going to sleep. Okay, I'll catch you all on the flips. Good night, Josh. Thanks for being here. Low light recovery. And good night, Hebs. And thanks for streaming. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. This is actually kind of fun. Spent 10 years not talking to anybody, so I think I got some talking to make up for. If that makes sense. So good night if you have to go. Good night, Hebby. Good night, Josh. And let's see Mimi and Yotan, Ja Rule, light up chat. And away we go. Good night to you people. I'm sticking around for more. Oh, sorry. Well, 1 second. Sherdon is still here for a bit. Very welcome. Any lurkers want to say hi? You can. If not, just feel free to go to sleep. Just leave your browser open so it looks like I'm have more people here than I really do. So thank you. All right. Yeah, love you too, Hebs. Good night. Everyone say good night to Hebs. Hebby Brown. The Brow. Good night, Hebs. Talk to you tomorrow. Now, transportation. Who am I doing? I'm doing Nick here. So now, transportation. If Mr. Allen's housed in your facility, are you and your staff willing to transport him to the Carroll County Courthouse for hearing and or the Allen County Courthouse for hearings? No, sir. He's not my inmate. Okay. And so who would that responsibility fall on? Fall back on the original agency unless there's some agreement made, because as we house inmates or offenders for other counties, they are theirs. We are simply the housing facility. Sure. We are not the transport agency. Fair to say you don't transport for any other county that you're housing an inmate for. That's their responsibility. You're just a housing unit. Correct. Okay. Again, you testified about this, about the meetings, even the meetings between Mr. Allen and his attorney will be recorded. Is that correct? Video only. Yes. Video only. No audio? Correct. But they are recorded. Yes. And you had said, well, the attorneys will be able to have laptops and cell phones in the visits. Yes. But does the offender have access to those? No. Okay. And so those are separated by a piece of glass, I think you said. And so even though the attorney is allowed to have, to have the computer and a cell phone, the offender can't access it, can't touch it. Those kind of things? Correct. You'd mentioned just a little bit, but you said initially he wouldn't be placed in a holding cell by himself. Correct. And I don't want to assume anything, but why? Initially, why would you put him in a holding cell by himself? I would be worried about, is it okay if I speak freely, ma'am? Of course. That's Judge Gull. Here's the guy answering. So I think he looked at Judge Gull and asked if he could speak freely. Here he goes, speaking freely. We classify our offenders and we worry about, my job is to house them and keep them safe. And so I worry about, and we classify and move our inmates and offenders. And we try to, in our administration, housing, for example, child molesters or suspected child molesters, we try to protect them from getting repercussions from other offenders. Sure. And this is a large media. And this is a large media, an area event that I would be concerned about. Sure. So, sure. Any type of retaliation, if you will. Sure. And that would be the reason. Also, we come in. We still quarantine. We still follow diminished COVID protocols. I'll call them COVID protocols, but we really do it for any other infectious disease. So we still limit movement as the other offenders, our inmates, come in so that we can try to keep any communicable diseases from being spread within the facility. So that would start the process. So that would start that process. And then based on those others, I believe we would keep them segregated or isolated in a cell. Sure. And Sheriff, I'm going to be candid with you. The fear is that if someone is alleged to have committed a crime or convicted of a crime that involves children, there's a fear of retaliation from the other inmates. Yes, sir. And that's a concern of yours. Yes, sir. And you have that concern with Mr. Allen. Yes, sir. You have not been calm. Well, let me talk. Has anyone communicated to you a threat concerning Mr. Allen? No, sir. Have you seen any threats that say, we're going to get Mr. Allen? No, sir. And so you're basing this on your past experience? Yes, sir. And every movie we've watched in the last 20 years, we all know. You're kids and you're in jail. You're fucked if they get a hold of you. Rightfully so, if they're really proven guilty. But I mean, oh my gosh. Imagine how many innocent people have been. I don't even want to think about it. I don't know what I'm saying. And so you're basing this on your past experience? Yes, sir. And you have that concern with Mr. Allen? Yes, sir. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Rozzi. Mr. Rozzi's back up. You house offenders all the time that have co-defendants in cases, common witnesses, all kinds of common connections, don't you? Yes, sir. Informants in drug cases? Yes, sir. They all bring about concerns about safety, don't they? Yes, sir. But do you deal with those in an appropriate manner and do your best to make sure everybody's safe? I believe I do my best. I believe that some will argue whether it's appropriate or not, but yes. No, it's understandable because we all know that, especially if somebody's in there, like admittedly a child, hurt kids, especially really younger kids, but any kids, I guess, that guys that, the guys that aren't going to, if a guy robbed a bank and, they're not going to go after him, but if the guy did something, some of them would want to go after him. We all know that. Okay, you mentioned the recreational opportunities. Look, this isn't Disney World, right? Right. But you've got 3 separate rec rooms that you showed me on the camera the other day that would be suitable for somebody like Mr. Allen or him. Correct. And is it fair to say that you, Mr. Boss McClelland, asked you about the cell? And I think you said it was, I'm looking at my notes, 12 by 7 cell, 2 steel bunks. It's basically a 2-man cell. Yes. And in fact, it actually has a little pod outside of it, which is more of a kind of seating area where what I would call a day room area. Is that right? In the mental health medical area that we haven't occupied yet. Yes. I was going to say it's kind of a unique situation because you've got a little cell room And then you've got another room where the offender can go to that's got a table and, yes, an area to sit, a kind of leisure area, right? Correct. We haven't occupied that yet, but that is the goal down the road, which would include, so the cell now that I described does not have a shower in it. It has a toilet, sink, drinking fountain combination. So anyone in those has to be moved to a separate cell area for showering. This area to try to accommodate medical people with casts, canes, those kind of things, as well as mental health incidents has a shower, as well as a table area in that so that we have less movement of that person. Okay. You mentioned mental health, and Mr. Boss McClellan asked you about this. You've mentioned 4-county counseling, right? Yes, sir. Oh, here we go. Let me just take a quick break. And we have a new guest in the chat, Kelly Lou Brown. Come on down. Welcome, Kelly. Good morning, I guess, to you. And just watching Carisha. Kelly says, hi, everyone. Well, everyone that's still here will say, hi, Kelly Lou Brown. Welcome. Ooh, I didn't grab a drink. 1 second. And we're back. 18 people here. One of them's my alt account. So that's 17 people. And I assume that at least 12 people have probably fallen asleep. So it's Yotan and Kelly in chat, and maybe Sherdon. Sherdon was around. That's a mystery. Kelly and Yotan, lighten up chat. Welcome to you too. Oh, Kelly, I'm not sure. Do you want to know what we're reading here? I'll give you a quick update, Kelly. So I'm on this page. This is a sheriff named Edward Schroeder being questioned by Mr. Brad Rozzi, Richard Allen's defense. And these are from Richard Allen's June 15th, 2023 safekeeping hearing, because they were putting him in safekeeping. And this is when they were putting him into like the solitary, into the prison, and all the forced Halidol injections and the solitary stuff and all that weird stuff. If you read about him jogging naked in place at one time and smearing stuff on the walls, and the suicide companions outside the door who weren't supposed to be talking to him, and the lights were on 24/7, and the other inmates were calling him a baby killer all night long, and Dr. Waller would be coming in and getting him to talk to her as her friend, and probably a whole bunch of other shit I'm not thinking of right now. So this is back in June 2023, June 15th, 2023, Judge Gall's safekeeping hearing. And 1 second, there's somebody acting weird outside my house. 1 second. Oh, no, they were just turning their car around, but really strangely. Some people are fucking weird drivers, eh? Like a 3-point turn at a time. This guy's doing like... Okay, sorry. Safekeeping. Exactly, Kelly. Let's put that one up. I like that better. Yes, it was his safekeeping. They kept him safe. Yes. Safe with forced Halidol injections and fucking lights on 24/7. People screaming baby killer all night long. And a dog leash to walk him around. Fucking safekeeping. Right. All right. Sorry, guys. An area to sit, a kind of leisure area, right? Correct. Oh, did I read all this? Showering this area. No, I should probably read this again. I think I did, though. I think I read. I should have. Oh, damn. Okay. Let's just go here. I'm sure I read that. Okay. You mentioned mental health, and Mr. Boss McClelland asked you about this. You mentioned, yeah, this is where I was. 4-county counseling, right? Yes, sir. Is it a fairly expansive mental health organization in Cass County and 3 other counties? Yes. Hence the name. Yes. And they're basically at your fingertips in terms of your providing services. Services? Services. Yes and no. Most of the work they do for us is a grant-based, but they provide services as well as a navigator in mental health, as well as the mental health from our medical provider. And do you agree there's hundreds of people in your jail with mental health issues? Yes, sir. And do you believe that your jail is equipped to deal with those in a reasonable way when they come about? In the most extreme cases, yes, but the general addiction or depression and those types of mental health issues, no. We don't have the resources to do that. Most extreme cases, meaning like suicide issues and things like that. Yes, sir. Mr. Boss McClelland asked you about family visits, and you suggested, well, there's no contact. Do you recall that? Yes. Is it fair to say that family members often come to the jail to visit with they come to the facility to visit with inmates? Yes, it is. Basically, you've got an area where they can come in and essentially get on a TV screen and look at their significant other or whatever, right? Yes, our system has dual capability. You can do it remotely, which there's a fee for that because it's a third-party vendor. If you can come into our lobby and use our kiosk, probably like most jail custody facilities, and you can visit for free from that location during the normal movement times. It would be a little different in this case if he would happen to be housed there, and in this segregation cell, because that is not as free movement, and it would take take the staff to him to get to a tablet or a kiosk. And as far as actual, do you have pastoral counseling on a routine basis at your jail? Yes, sir. And as far as in-person contact, lawyer-client in-person contact, is it fair to say that you've accommodated me when I need to sit down in the airspace of a client and share information with them? Yes. That you have the ability to do that too? Yes. We do have the contact attorney room that we use, not on a routine basis, but we use when an attorney would ask to say, I need some time with my client. I need to have him sign some documents, or I need to spend some time with him. It's more. Or show him videos. Yes. Photographs, things like that. We have it, but it's more than exception. It's more the exception than the rule. Yes. But I've used that, haven't I? Yes, sir. And that's not much of a hassle, is it? No, sir. Nothing further. Mr. McClelland? And Mr. McClelland's back up. Sheriff Schroeder, I forgot to ask you, what about clothing? How many changes of clothing would Mr. Allen have if he was in your facility? We change jumpsuits I believe it's 3 days. I believe that's the DOC guideline we follow. Department of Correction through the Jail Operations Manual. And so if it's every 3 days, it sounds like they'd be given 2 sets of clothing a week, perhaps 3 sets of clothing a week. We typically only give them one and then exchange them one for one. Okay, fair enough. If an inmate were to soil his clothing on the first day, are they just stuck with him? No, sir. They'd make okay. Tell me the protocol. They'd make a request through every cell has an intercom speaker system, and they could alert the correction officers. Hey, I need a new suit. I soiled myself, and then they will accommodate that. Sure. I can't say it's immediate, but sure. Oh yeah, they fucking let them sit there, soak away for a long time, I bet. It will be. Sure. The time, yes. I don't have any other questions, Judge. All right. Thank you, Sheriff. You may step down. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Mr. McClelland, do you have any evidence on this? Oh, damn. Mr. McLean. Judge, I do. I have 2 witnesses. Could I ask the court for a short recess? Just so I can use the potty? Can I take a potty break? Would counsel approach? I just want to know what kind of where we're at. Here got 2 witnesses. Tony Ligget and the Westville Warden. Okay, do you want a break for lunch? I don't, but I'm okay. So I don't care, Mr. McLean. So I don't care. I can inaudible. Yeah, we could take a quick break. How long? I don't mean to be a pain, but no, that's all right. How long do you think you'll be? Downstairs and right back up. I'll be a quick pee break. No, I mean in your witnesses with your evidence. Oh, ding dong. I don't care how long it takes you to go to piss. No, I don't care about that. I don't really think too long. Inaudible. Tony about the transportation resources, and then Galipoooo just to address allegations they made their safekeeping. The court. So like another an hour and a half. So I'll probably just finish up this Schroeder dude, which is he's almost done, and we'll carry on because it'll be Tony Ligget and Galipoooo, the warden, after. But I'm not going to read that because I'm had almost too much fun for one day. Let's finish up. I guess I just could. Oh, let's just break for lunch. I know you don't want to, but too bad. Because I'm fine with whatever. Okay, let's just break for lunch. I don't have anywhere else I need to be. Well, I know you don't, because you were supposed to be here for 2 days. Yeah? Why don't we just reconvene like at 1:15? That's awesome. Would that work? That would give you time to talk to your people. What time did you say? 1:15. What about him? Where will they take him? Ooh, the bailiff jumps in. Folks, we're still on the record, thank you. They can't. They could probably take him to the jury room. Inaudible by Mr. Rozzi. Okay, all right. Sidebar conference. The court says, Judge Gull, we're going to go ahead and take a break for lunch. The state's evidence is going to take about an hour, perhaps a little bit longer. It's almost 12:15 now, and y'all have been sitting here for quite a while, so let's reconvene at 1:15, please. Jody, can you go off the record at 12:12? So I think I will finish up. Paula, good night, Paula. Sorry if I missed you. So guys, that's probably it for me. And I will continue tomorrow reading, I guess, Tony Ligget. I'm going to write that down too. I finished here. I'm going to write who I remember now, fresh who I read. And this is the June 15, 2023 safekeeping hearing. And they're talking to examination. They're examining, both sides questioning people. And we'll start tomorrow with the questioning of one Sheriff Tony Ligget. All right, guys. Any other? Oh, well, no, Westville's a maximum. No. Well, yes, I mean, civilian. But the thing is, at this time in June of 2023, he hadn't been convicted of anything yet. He was still innocent until proven guilty because he wasn't convicted until late 2024. So this is in June 15th of 2023. And so they had him in the States, a jail is like, the cop shop. Like say you're waiting to go to trial on a pretrial detainment. They kind of put you in a jail. Like the local police station has jails where they kind of hold you. It's usually a day or two and you get to go see a lawyer, right? You get to go see a judge and then, so when you get convicted, they go to a big prison, right? Like this one. But they were saying for Richard Allen's case, they took an innocent man on pretrial detainment and for his safekeeping because they were worried about him being attacked by community or whatever. or him hurting himself. They said they didn't have the resources to properly secure him, so they had this safekeeping hearing to determine if they could put them in the max as an on pretrial detainment. And they do it with other people, but it's kind of a rare situation where they put an innocent person. He was innocent until proven guilty on pretrial detainment. After this safekeeping hearing, they were allowed to put him in Westville. This is where all this shit happened. And he did all the confessions and all the bad stuff, you know. So, yeah, this was that to give them, I guess, the permission to go do it. Oh, yeah, there was a time. Yeah. There was a time where they talked to him without a lawyer. And, you know, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. I guess, yeah, before we start up again, we will recap of what happened. And yeah, it's a good idea. Because there was times where they talked to him and he didn't have a lawyer. And, oh, yeah. But anyways, so this was that for them to get him to be put into Westville, which is like a maximum security prison. And usually they keep pretrial detainees in a jail. So this was to, you know, because they wanted to be able to say that they had the right to do this, and they went and did it. So before I babble on anymore, thank you all for being here. And I will drop the link. Do you guys get the link of that All Lies website? This is great. Here, go to this. Here. This website is, you'll get everything you want here. Okay. And they, this is the, her name's All Eyes. She's a YouTuber. She also has all these paperwork. So if you'll see what I did was, so basically if you go to the beginning, it's dated, right? So I scrolled down. It starts at June in 2022 where he was arrested. And if you keep scrolling down, you'll find all the stuff. The June 15th, 2023 is what the hearing was on, the safekeeping. You'll see it all. So basically it starts. So it's even up here more. All of this is everything about the June of 2023. So the ex parte, mental health, they were just kind of, so the first one is right here, June 15th. The subpoena for the inmate of Robert Baston to appear. Because they tried, that's another thing. They tried to get him, because he was about to testify. He's a bad prisoner, but he had some receipts about how Richard Allen was being treated not properly. And he was going to go and testify in court on Richard Allen's behalf as another inmate who witnessed, you know, the staff, whatever, treating him, you know, unfairly. But Tony Ligget goes to pick him up, and he's like, he says he doesn't want to leave. So Tony Ligget's like, okay, like as if it was, if they wanted them out of that cell, they would extract them, you know. But they're like, oh, okay, I don't know, I couldn't get him. He didn't want to come. What else am I to do, you know? Yeah, any other time, I'm sure they would just start ripping people out of cells and going in there with fucking pepper spray and those big shields and stuff. And anyways, so, and then he I think there was a situation where he called Judge Gull too, and he wasn't supposed to or something that had to do with that. So on that website I just put, go, that's All Eyes website. And so when you get there, what I did was this, I kept scrolling down. There's all these, there's a whole shitload of things. What I found was here at the very end, I went to the testimonies to find these. So if you go into the testimonies, it has Captain Gary Lewis, who we read, Leazenby, we read at the beginning. Max Baker is the intern for the defense. We read those. And Sheriff Edward Schroeder, we just read. And tomorrow we will read Tony Ligget and John Galipoooo. Tobe Leazenby is the sheriff, and John Galipoooo is the warden of Westville. Really evil-looking fucker, too. So, that being said, thanks for being here. Cool. Thank you for being here, Yotan. And Kelly, if you want to go back and catch the replay and catch yourself up so you know where we're at tomorrow. Basically, we read all about this safekeeping hearing, and I'm sure, well, there's so much more. And knowing all the stuff we know now, I've seen this probably 10 different times, and every time I learn something new. So, or now years later, things will make more sense. So, that being said, let's end with an emoji. I can't see which one, but it looks cute. Good night, Kelly Lou Brown. Good night, Yotan. Anybody else still here? Anybody? Shirt on Tibbets. Good night if you're still around. Paula Fitzhenry was here. Good night, Paula. Abby had just left. Josh was here. Low Light Recovery. Mimi was here. Tracy. Fleetwood. Quad Axle Mimi or whatever. Who else? I'm scrolling up. V. Good night, V, if you're still here or you were here. Anybody else? Anybody? Just going through. I'm going to go back on my thing. I'm going to go up as far as it lets me go. Oh, Fishy was here. Good night, Fishy, if you catch up on the replay. Thank you for helping me with that. Save the show. Who else? Everyone's getting a call. Shout out tonight. Derek Farmer was here, lighting up chat most of the night. The first 3 hours, 4 hours, he was here talking up a storm with everyone having a good old time. And I'm still scrolling. Still scrolling. Oh, Becky B was here. Becky B. Shout out Becky B. Still scrolling. Usually doesn't let me scroll this far or long. So this is cool. Oh, Skiddy was here. Skinrow. Good night, Skinny, if you watch the replay. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for being here. Love Low Light Recovery. Josh was here. Big star. He left. I think he came back, but he left again. Free Peach was here. Night, Free Peach. Thanks for being here. And, Peggy O was here. Thanks for being here, Peggy O. I'm sure you'll be catching the replay because I know Peggy O hangs on my every word. I just know, along with Fishy. Peggy O, Fishy, and Abby, they hang on my every word. And they tell me about it too. So I'm not just making that up. That's the honest truth, I swear. Truth, nothing but the truth. So help you, God. Man, it doesn't usually let me scroll this far. Wow. Lots of big names were in here tonight. Still scrolling. I bet I'm going to find another name that I forgot about. Nope, I had the end. That being said, thank you all for being here. I'm heading out. Back at the beginning. So, Kelly Lou Brown and Yotan, have a wonderful day over there in the United Kingdom. Because it's where I'm at, it's 4:15 in the morning, and I'm almost done the night shift. So I got a couple more hours of stuff I can get done. And I'll sleep really good for like 8 hours usually. All right. Thank you, Yotan. There, that's a great way to end. Look at that. Nicely presented, Shibby. I got to go to secondary site pretty shortly. Well, you have a fun, safe day, brother. And have no fear. When you come back, I'll be here. All right, guys. Thanks. Okay. Good night, guys. Thank you. Bye.